Hello, welcome. It's not Skyrim Saturday. No Skyrim Saturday today. Like yesterday, I have eschewed my usual gaming weekend because I need to catch up on the, I nearly said Warhammer Conquest then. I need to catch up on my Build Your Own X-Wing partworks. If you remember yesterday, we forewent Fallout to do issues, what was it, 37 to 42. And today I'm going to see if I can barrel through issues 43 to issue 50 of this big behemoth. If you've not seen one of these before, where have you been? If you've not seen one of these before, this is DeAgostini's partwork in 100 issues where you build a 1/18 scale, probably reasonably close to the studio scale, X-Wing fighter with the bits and the movements and everything. And I have to say, before we go anywhere, of course, I am being... I'll stop. Wow, hang on. Big, enormous coffee. Get my words out. I'd have to say, my disclaimer is, of course, I am being provided these magazines by DeAgostini at no expense. They are sending these to me, so massive thank you to the guys at DeAgostini, just to get that out of the way. Transparency and all that. Anyway, yes, we're going to crack on. If you've not seen one of these before, welcome. I'll crack on. It's all about you guys hanging out in the chat, having a good time. Doesn't really matter what I'm doing on telly here. I'll be messing all this up anyway and getting all the bits wrong. It's just about you guys hanging out and chat with your friends, having a good time. So if you are watching this, and you can see that there's an archive of the chat here, which will occasionally die from time to time. You can see the live chat there. If you want to join the live chat, though, please do. Just click on, if you can't see where the live chat is, you need to be on the YouTube page. So click on the YouTube icon down here somewhere in the bottom right-hand corner underneath the video player. That will take you to the YouTube page where you can watch the stream and join in the live chat. Now, before we get going, I need to say a big thank you to all the people that make this chat possible. No, this stream possible. First of all, my patrons who support me at patreon.com/modelmakingguru, and of course my YouTube channel members who supported me by becoming a YouTube channel member when they click the join button underneath any one of my videos or on my homepage. They financially support this channel. They keep the lights on, they keep food on the table, they make it possible for me to do this as my living, so massive thank you to them. Without those two groups, I wouldn't be here. None of this would be happening. And also a big thank you to my corporate supporters, emodels.co.uk and goblingaming.co.uk. The two leading UK stores for model making and tabletop gaming and model making. Go and check them out. Links in the description below the video. Use those links. It tells them I sent you and I get some income from that at no cost to you. Now, you may notice I'm trying really hard to talk quietly today. I've noticed that when I do live streams, I get dead carried away and excited and talk really loud, but all my volume and mic and stuff is set up for normal recording where I'm not talking as loudly, and what it means is my streams come out sounding terrible because I'm shouting a lot. So it also helps me talk slower. So hopefully we'll see how we get on today. We'll see if we crack on. I'm going to try and talk more calmly and relaxingly and make it more pleasant thing to watch, so I'm not just shouting all the time. I get carried. I can't help it on live streams. I get carried away, and then I talk about a million words to the dozen, and then nobody knows. I was watching back the stream yesterday to check for quality. Half the things I said, I couldn't understand what the hell I said because I was talking so fast. I was so carried away. So I do apologise. Anyway, let's have a quick look at who is in chat. We have currently 15 people watching. Not everyone's in chat, so do come and join chat. You don't have to, but you should do. Don't forget, of course, I have the chat here in front of me on the iPad, and of course, Guthorm is keeping an eye on the chat for me. I am an old man, and I do have my visor of seeing flippity goggles on today, so I can see little things. So this may be a bit blurred when I'm not looking directly at it. So if you want to get my attention in chat, and please do, it gives me things to talk about. Make sure to put your comments in big fat capital letters so I have a chance of seeing them. If you want to, you can do the super chat, which is the dollar symbol at the bottom of the chat window. That puts your comment in a coloured box and puts an animation up here with a ping noise, and it means I've got no way to miss your comment. Then I can't miss anything you've said. If you do ask me a question or something and I don't answer you within a few minutes, just post it again. Make sure you do it in all caps or whatever, just so I have a chance to see it, because sometimes the chat does go a bit fast. Right, so we have Chris at Gross Models is working, so he won't be around as much, but I'm sure he'll pop in as and when. Lynn says, wow, working on a Saturday. Yeah, Chris runs his own business. He's got a store. He's got a jewellery watch repair type thing, isn't he? He runs his own store, so he has to work all the days. So welcome to Chris and Lynn. Anakin Skywalker is in. Welcome, Anakin. Who's in character, it seems, which is quite cool. Who else we've got in chat? Paul Di Tommaso is in chat as well. He's just gone to get his coffee and breakfast, so welcome to you, Paul. I hope you're feeling okay, my friend. Ian Thompson is in. Welcome, Ian. And I think that's everybody who's in chat at the moment. Lynn says, nope, I'm here this weekend, so you're stuck with me. Hi Lynn, it's nice to see Lynn in chat because she works most weekends, you see, so she often has to watch streams on catch up rather than when they're actually live. So it's nice to actually get her in live. So everybody say hi to Lynn. Tammy Norrie says hi to Guthorm. Tammy Norrie is Lynn's puffin. If you don't know, a lot of us, we have a friend called Scott who lives in Orkney, and he decided he's the master of puffins. He sent all of us, like there's me, there's Ted, Chris, Carl, loads of us in this little clique of YouTubers and stuff. It's a boom hut thing. Don't forget, of course, if you are watching this and you're not already a member of the Model Makers Boom Hut, there is a link in the chat for you. It's my Facebook group for model makers of all skill levels. It's a safe, welcoming place where you can get advice, make friends, have a good time, learn from people, and there's no snarking and bitching allowed. So yeah, go and join. If you're not already a member, go and join. It's the best group on the Facebooks. Right, so we're going to crack on. We're on issue 43. Last time we were here, we're working on wing number 3. A lot of wing in this kit. If you've not seen this part work, by the way, you've not seen any of these episodes before and you've no idea what this is, let me show you. Let me blow your mind now. This is the first time you're seeing anything to do with this X-Wing build. Let me just blow your mind. Yeah, that's how big this is. And that weighs a ton. It's a 1/18 scale. It's huge. So just in case anybody watching isn't familiar with this specific part work, it's a big chicken. So yes. Beyond Hope is in. He says, I'm here, but pretend I'm not. Which means he's at work. Which means he'll get in trouble. So Beyond Hope, who isn't here, welcome for not being here. Chris at Gross Model says, not finished yet? No. So let's have a look. So issue 43, we have a look inside the TIE Fighter. It's small and round and makes... Apparently one of the noises used for the TIE Fighter engine sound was a pig or a wild boar, I think, stretched out the sound. One of the sounds. There were many. Lots of blurb, initial sketches of TIE Fighter pilots. I love it when people who can't actually draw do concept sketches of things. We want him to look like this. And Ralph McQuarrie's like, dear Lord, what have you just drawn there? We have blurb about Hondo Anaka from the Clone Wars series. I quite like Hondo. Hondo's a good character. Wait, was he in both? Was he in Rebels as well? I can't remember now. I know he was in Clone Wars. I like Hondo anyway. He's a good character. I don't know what you're talking about. He's a bit like a Khajiit in a way. Hondo will come to do this thing. It's not the right voice, but it's kind of the right voice. I would never betray a Jedi. That's quite a good voice, actually. So a blurb about Hondo Anaka. And like I've said before, although I have no love at all for the prequel movies that don't exist and were never made, I absolutely adore the animated series. It was fantastic, Clone Wars. Now we have more of this strange CGI render that I don't know who made this render. It's very weird. It's kind of half-assed, but it looks quite good. And then we're on to the building. So let's crack on with the building. So today we're making the lower starboard engine. Now again, if you remember from yesterday's stream, we were talking about this. These are some of the details that once you've assembled the wing, you will never, ever, ever see again. And when it comes to me repainting this, because the whole point of this build is to build the thing and then paint it properly with a proper professional paint job, I'm not going to be painting these parts because you're never going to see them. Once they go into the engine, that's it, gone. Into the cowling, gone. I might regret doing this part work. It's huge. I've no idea where I'll stash it when it's all done, says Ian Thompson. Me too. Okay, you can't see here, but just behind the iPad and Guthorm are all my Hobby Zone storage units. When this thing starts getting big and the wings go on, I'm going to have to start moving them off and taking them down just to film the live streams and just to build it. It will fit on my workbench if I take my spray booth and all my storage units off every time. So yeah, that's why I'm not doing this every time I get 5 issues, because I will have to eventually disassemble my bench every time. But where I'm going to put it when I've finished, I've got no idea. Right, now good news before we get going. My big enormous coffee cup of happiness is back. Oh, my big Batman 1 litre coffee mug has returned. So all hail the big massive coffee mug. Hang it from the ceiling, no way that can end badly. Yeah, says Chris. It will come with I think, same as the big Millennium Falcon, it will come with a wall mount, like a 90-degree thing that you hang a TV off. I have no interest in that. The walls in this house can't support things like that, and this thing's going to weigh a ton. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping they don't do that and they instead give you a display stand. That'd be fantastic, but I don't know. Not at work, but one ass cheek off the seat as I'm on caring responsibilities and may get called to make tea or coffee or lunch or whatever is demanded. I'm still looking after Mama Fox a bit, so yeah. But when it comes to weekend, she understands that from like when I stop streaming, she doesn't get a brew made while I'm streaming. She's on her own for that 3 hours. Michael Freeland is in. Hello, Rebels and Imperials. Wait, did I just see the name Skywalker? You may have done. Welcome, Michael. I really, really want to get this X-Wing, says Lynn. It's been out in the US for quite a while, but it's like £1,000 over 2 years. So it's about $1,200, I suppose. It's not cheap. If you've got a choice between one or the other, you've got a choice between this or the Millennium Falcon. Which one do you go for? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. The Millennium Falcon is bigly. But it is based on the 32-inch Falcon, which isn't as good. Chris at Gross Models is using his unique Fox emojis because he's a channel member. You can tell channel members because they've got badges next to the name. Chris will be doing another X-Wing Squadron stream later, hopefully with sound. Yeah, so Chris will be streaming on the Team Inept YouTube channel. He was streaming the X-Wing Squadron through VR last night, but there was no game audio. It was really weird. You seem to have a lot of problems with audio on your streams. I don't know why. Is it because you keep fiddling with things and you do weird things like plug your headphones into your microphone? I don't. Let's have a look. If it hangs up, you could do a flying scene with his DeAgostini Falcon. Oops. Yeah, different scales. God, can you imagine a 1/18 scale Falcon? Skullfish is in. I can't do a skullfish, but I'll give you a Ted instead.
Slap it on.
Did that stick halfway through? Let me try again.
Slap it on.
There we go. You get a free Ted instead of a skullfish. I haven't got a skullfish button. Common Road Junction is in. Welcome, Common Road Junction. Is it bad I just woke up? Unless you're a student, yes. Still waiting for the new Fox OGs, says Chris at Gross Models. I will do it at some point. It means drawing a whole new load of... Well, I've got all the faces I did for the Tabletop Trauma Centre. I can kajigger those around a bit, I think. Right, so I need to quickly wipe my nose because I'm getting the sniffles. Let me do a quick sniffle collection. Hang on, glasses off so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Right, let's get some work done, you lazy goddamn idiot. God damn it, Fox. It's all talking and not doing. And it's actually because I hate doing these interior bits. I don't enjoy these interior bits. One, because they're fiddly as F, and two, you never see them. I know they're going to vanish. It's like when I did the Millennium Falcon, when I started to do the Millennium Falcon. If you're not familiar with it, I made the cockpit of the big Millennium Falcon, DeAgostini Falcon kit, part work, but never got past that. In the end, I sold it. All the issues and stuff on, but yeah. But I started to get, I lost my mojo with that. Well, there are various reasons why I didn't finish that Falcon, but one of the reasons was, I need the part from the engine from the other day, from yesterday. One of the engine parts. One of the things that helped me lose my mojo on it was the interior. Aside from the fact I just realised it was too big for my workbench, the interior really put me off. Because the interior on that Falcon was just kind of so basic. Now I know I could have gone Shapeways route and got lots of better interior parts, but it just completely killed my mojo for it. And combined with the thing that I suddenly realised I couldn't actually fit it anywhere. Right, so these go in here. I love these little hydraulic pistons. I love the fact that they make perfect sense in the design of this, that they pull this bit in the middle backwards and forwards, and that would control the flow. That would make perfect sense. They've put some thought into that logical design that wouldn't actually be, on the studio model. But then it's just never going to be seen. So, But I love the logic of it. A piston to move that bit that we put in yesterday backwards and forwards. So I assume to increase the flow of magic space particles. Because literally that gets covered over by the other half. Right, so that goes in there, that goes in there. That's one page done. Ian Thompson says, Scoofish. Free Ted with every purchase.
Slap it on.
The best thing is, if anybody watching doesn't know who Ted is, that will make no sense. They'll be like, what the hell is going on? What? Yes, right, so now we need to make this. So we've done this twice before. We've got the little coney bit, the turbo generator body, and the rear cone, notch, gap, or key and lock as they're also known. Kind of known as a key and lock connection. There we go. Did you know that NASA showed an interest in Babylon 5 Star Fury ship, supposed to show a more realistic space fighter? Says Michael. Interesting. Interesting. Is that an M&S Mint Tin Fox? Asks Common Road Junction. Yes, I don't know. It's very old. But the funny thing is we've had it for like years and years and years, and it still, to this day, smells like mint. It's got a kind of gentle, minty, hard candy kind of smell to it, which is very pleasant. Comes in handy. It's never been washed out because they weren't soft, squishy, sweet. They were hard, like like M&M type, coated with a hard, crunchy coating, like little mints. And yeah, it still smells pleasant to this day. Those two bits together. Now this is the bit I hate, because invariably on the last two engines, this is attaching the turbo impeller, and it's got these two flippity flappity bits which are just asking to be snapped off, and it's a real tight fit, and we have to attach the blades. Impeller blade, I like that. Now these are the bits that don't seem to fit very well, and you think you're going to snap it, and then it suddenly goes in without warning. But the reality is, even if you did snap these parts, it doesn't actually matter. Because unless you're building a cutaway somehow, put my goggles of seeing on, unless you do this as a cutaway, you are never ever ever going to see these. They're really fiddly to get in. And not pleasant to install. Okay, that one's got it. And there's the other one. Out. Goes on there. Always hurts my thumb. I found this with the Falcon as well. See, there's a bit. It's not quite. That bit's not quite in, but now I've got to push down on it. Meh. I don't want to snap the. Hang on. Let me do this off the corner of the desk. 1 second. No. There we go. That one got bent a little bit. Almost snapped off. I hate this part. I wanted to push this in, you see, but it's a real tight fit. We'll see how it goes in. It might be fine. Every time I do these, I get panicky that I've got to snap something. And it hurts my thumb. There we go. Then, not quite straight, but whatevs. And now this needs to go in here like that. Like that, Predator. That's in. But you see why it makes no difference at all if you didn't do that, because this is going to be ensconced in the same way that is. The other half of this engine is going to cover up that. So you're not actually going to see any of this, but we'll go through the motions. We shall go through the motions. I use them for parts my granddad used too as well. We've got tons in the workshop. Common Road Junction. What, Star Furies? What we're talking about? This tin isn't mint, it's clearly used. Oh, I get you. Ha. Lynn says hello from a sunny Finland. To Michael says that to Lynn. I've got an itchy nose. Oh. I've obviously clearly lost track of the chat there. Let's just. Sorry, the mint tins. Oh right, got you. Yes, I understand. It's not your. I don't need to apologise. It's me not paying. I'm doing a Chris and not paying attention to chat, and then reading the comment at the bottom, and not reading up like Chris does all the time. So that's vaguely in. And don't. There, click. Clickatron. That is in. Right. So you can see that's not actually straight. Doesn't matter. It's not going as long as it doesn't foul the wiring. It doesn't actually matter. Because in reality, you're not going to see it. So that's that. This completes this stage. We'll finish the engine internals and then put them together in the next stage. Okay, that was very quick. Put the magazine in there. 1 second, folks. I'll just get out all the bits we did yesterday. Oh. There we go. Oh. Hang on. I'm at dangerous risk now of actually finishing this stream in about half an hour. This may not end well. And I've just turned my iPad off. Fantastic. There we go. NASA have also gone on record as saying the Space 1999 Eagle is the most realistic ship to build with today's technology. Paraphrasing a bit. Yes, I've read the same thing. I've heard them say that. They said if they were going to make a vehicle to fly around on the moon and stuff or anywhere, they'd go for the Eagle kind of thing because it makes perfect sense. They design the Eagle's design is perfectly practical. The only bit that's not realistic, of course, is the main engines at the back for the Eagle, because they need a magical fuel source that doesn't require a fuel tank the size of Barbados. That bit, of course, is made up because I think in the law of Space 1999, it's some kind of fusion engine, maybe, or nuclear reactor, so it doesn't need a lot of fuel. And that's why you have the engine bells and the round thing at the back. That's like the reactor thing that gives the thrust. That's why they never seem to run out of fuel. But it's got RCS thrusters on each of the leg quads. RCS thruster quads on each of the leg pods. And it's got RCS thrusters on the nose cone and everything. Yeah, anyway, issue 44. TIE Fighter models filming with miniatures. This is the bit I like about this magazine series. Aside from, the big ass model. I love all the background information and close-up shots and stuff of the studio models because that's where my interest lies. There's lots of stuff about how they filmed them, how they made them. And that's how big the studio model was. Some of them. I do hope they do more of these Star Wars partworks, and I do hope the next one, like I said yesterday, I do hope the next one they do is the Y-wing. I don't think a TIE Fighter will be an interesting partwork because it's basically the middle bit and 2 wings. That's it. There's not a lot to it. Whereas if they did a Y-wing, blab about R2-D2, of course, using all the there's a lot of use of the Clone Wars CGI images and artwork in this magazine. That's fine. Look at that. Who's that there? Who's that there? Oh, yeah. Hey, look at that. Who's that? When a man and a robot love each other very much. Right, so today we're going to make, in issue 44, we're going to make the lower starboard engine. And for this we need the bits. Let's go 44. 44. Y-wing would be cool, says Common Road Junction. It would be. Sprue and Glue, hi peeps, I'm Matt. Hey, Sprue and Glue. Yeah, I was saying yesterday, if you didn't watch yesterday, I was saying if they announced, now that the Falcon's done and when the X-Wing is completed, if they announced a Y-wing partwork, despite the fact I've got no space anywhere to put it, and despite the fact I can't afford it, and despite the fact this is being provided free of charge, I would somehow find a way to afford it. Oh, we've got the bendy wire, haven't we? Absolutely, I would do that. Right. This is the bit with the bendy wire now, which I'm going to do in a bit, and that scares me. I don't like the bit with the bendy wire. Okay, let's finish the casing first. Who else we got in? Let's have a look. Hi Dave, I hope you're feeling better, says Lynn. These aren't the parts you're looking for, says Common Road Junction. I love the Clone Wars, says Common Road Junction. So do I. The animated series. Beyond Hope says something. I'm surprised no one's already tried building one, says Ian Thompson. Well, the thing is, somebody would. There's no point trying to build an Eagle transporter, because the moment you build it, Alan Carter will come and crash it, and you'll have wasted all your money. So, you see what I did there? You see what I did there? Alan Carter, you see this? Okay, to save on the expense of printing extra pages, in the other magazine, in the last couple of issues, we had where to put all these parts. On this one, you just get one page. How to draw an owl. Draw 2 circles. Draw the rest of the bleeping owl. Yeah, this one is literally just put them there. There you go. Every expense spare. So let's get these bits out. Sprue Glue says, hi, model making you, Skullfish and Lynn Dibble. Hi, Sprue and Glue. Has anyone seen the Clone Wars Season 7? Yes, it's really, really good. And you will... I will say there was somebody probably chopping onions for that last episode. There was definitely somebody in this room chopping onions when I watched it. Right, so let's release the Kraken. Always double check the plastic to make sure there's no little tiny pieces left over. Nope. They will make some good little things for Steve with his scratch building. B3 isn't here really. Just double check. Do a real anal double check just to make sure there's nothing in there now. Sometimes you get the little tiny pieces will attach themselves to the plastic casing with static cling, and I've almost lost pieces doing that. And I've seen Chris do the same thing, so always be double checking. Right. I was so emotional I didn't quite cry though, says Common Road Junction. Oh yeah. I had a bit of a tear in my eye. The thing is, you know, I'm a bit burly, hairy ass bloke, but I'm not burly. But I'm such a sucker for emotional scenes in TV and film and stuff that I'm not afraid to admit that I blub sometimes, you know, when there's emotional stuff on a telly program. Hell, I watched the trailer for the West Wing reunion live play yesterday. It's like a little 1-minute trailer, and even then with the music and with, you know, somebody saying, you know, welcome back, Mr. President, and there's, you know, Martin Sheen walking in. I had a bit of a lump in my throat then, and that's just the West Wing. Then again, the West Wing was just the best. If you never watched the West Wing, what are you doing with your life? Yeah. I get a lump in my throat at the slightest provocation when it comes to any kind of emotional nonsense. Not just big manly stuff either, I'll tell you that for now. I'm not afraid to admit it, I'm not ashamed. We have this one. Oh, itchy nose today. Got itchy nose today, and I don't know why. On that. Anyway, how are you all? I hope you're all well. I am fine and dandy today. It's a little bit warmer and sunnier today. I'm in a good mood today. Not a lot going on. Obviously no news other than whatever the news was yesterday. If you didn't watch yesterday, the first issue of... Oh, I've got a really itchy nose, sorry. The first issue of Tabletop Trauma Centre is in early access for Patreon patrons and YouTube channel members right now. And will be coming out of early access, I think, tomorrow. I think. I'm not sure, 100%. But do go and check it out, however you do. D is... there. D there. D. Go here. That should be coming out of early access, I think, tomorrow. I think. D. Play. Oops. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I don't like these little pegs and holes where they're at a 45-degree angle because I can never quite get it right and I worry I'm going to snap something. And my nose needs to stop itching. That one in, and that one is putting up a fight. I mean, if it snaps, I'll just glue it, but... No tubes. Pipes. G is 2, 3 there, and G is 1, 2, 3 there. So that's that one, I think. Sometimes they show the part, like here, they'll show the part in such a way that you really have to struggle to see what makes that one different to that one. Hang on, I need to clear my throat, one sec. And it's not always readily apparent which is which, but you get there in the end. Right. Yeah, that's these going in. That's these going in. That's these going in. Thank you. Giving me any back chat. Plastic nonsense. And that's all of those parts. Now I'm going to glue these on just for safety. Now, like I said yesterday, you don't need to glue anything on this kit as far as I know. I'm doing it just for safety because assuming I can one day figure out how the hell to ship it somewhere, I will potentially sell this. So, little greebles and things I'm just gluing on just for safety. Do bear in mind, of course, if you're not familiar, this kit is mostly ABS. As far as I can tell, this kit is mostly ABS plastic. So your regular Tamiya extra thin glue won't do anything. You need a glue that can work on most plastics. And I recommend a thin welding cement, like kind of Tamiya extra thin, but not Tamiya extra thin. This is the Deluxe Plastic Magic, which works on pretty much most plastics. You can get Tamiya ABS glue, which is specifically for ABS components, but it's really thick and gloopy and I don't recommend it. Right. Second, a quick look at chat. There are people who enter streams only to spoil. I fail to see the humour in that. Hang on, what are we talking about? No, I need to catch up. Please, no spoilers. All right, yeah, no. Nobody would. Nobody I know will put spoilers in. And then needs to watch Series 7. Misread your comment as rewatching the Colin Wars. I thought that's Colin doing the festive factoids in the first 10 minutes of every E-model stream on Mondays. That's Colin fighting against big long names. Good for you, Fox. It moved. Hang on. Good for you, Fox. It's drab here. Drab here. With the weather? I don't know. I've got confused now. That mail shot from DeAgostini doing a poll about which Batmobile variant would you want. Went 60s, obviously, says Sam Lowry. Hey, Sam. My favourite Batmobile, I would tend to agree, actually. My favourite Batmobile is, of course, the 1989 Michael Keaton Batmobile because it's a fantastically, incredibly gorgeous, beautiful piece of design. However, in terms of making something, your bang for your buck with the part work, it's going to be the 66 Batmobile, isn't it? With yeah, because in terms of little widgets and things and bits to put together, the 1989 Batmobile is basically a big monocoque shell and some wheels and some underbits. There's not a lot of stuff to build. But so in terms of building, yeah, it have to be the 66 Batmobile. Not my favourite Batmobile, but it'd be the best one to be a part work. Right, I hate this bit now. Okay. Stand by for potentially swears. I'm not saying that I'm not going to swear. I might swear. 60s Batman is the only proper Batman. No, my favourite Batman is Keaton. But only in the 1989 Batman. Not in Batman Returns or Batman Begins, the other one. Only in that particular one. He's my favourite Batman. Because I prefer dark Batman to comedy. I like comedy Batman, don't get me wrong. But I prefer dark Batman. Right. Fit the 4 pins on the thrust diffuser into the holes in the lens. One pin is smaller than the other, so it only fits this way around. That's fine. But I have to remember which way. You've got ejector pin marks, flat and recessed. And I think it's that way around. I think this, if I remember rightly, this goes into, it's not clear from the photographs again, it's one of them ambiguous photographs. I think, if I remember rightly, it goes into the recess anyway. That goes in there. With the circle bit here, it should match up with that hole there. And that there should be the little notch. Now this is the bit that I didn't like. Now this bit, this is going to give me, I'm hoping I can get these apart later on for painting, because I'm going to be painting obviously this model, and this is a paint to get in. Basically it's supposed to slot in. You've got a little square notch there and a little square rake that goes all the way down, and it's supposed to slide all the way down, but it feels like it has done until it falls out, and you have to push it that little bit extra and make it click into place, but it's never a pleasant experience. Or at least it wasn't the first couple of times. It still feels loose and wobbly, but I think it's actually in. Okay. It's still wobbling around. Press it as far as possible. Doesn't seem to want to stay in there, and I remember this from last time. And then that bit falls off. That can't be right. Hang on a minute. I've clearly forgotten from the last time I did this. Right, that, so it's small and large. Visor down. Seeing things with my eyes. Small and large. There we go. Goes there. No way permanently fixed. Lack of I don't remember the other ones falling out at any point, but something, I think something goes behind it to hold it in place, I think. So this needs to go, right, let's try that again. This needs to go in that way. Maybe that's why I was doing it wrong. Spoon. I knew I was doing something wrong. It's always me doing it wrong. That needs to go in that way. Just down. Hang on, hang on. Really hard to tell on the photographs. I think that's right. There's 4 ejector pin marks there, and they look like the flat sides need to be pointing out this way, but it's really hard to tell from the photographs. Anyway, let's just put this thing in. If I remember rightly, because it's been a couple of months, they do come out again. You can get it out again if you need to. That goes down there like that. That slides on there. That holds that in place. Yes, I did it the wrong way around. And then that should lock in place, but it never seems to want to. Reluctant to do so. You're always worried that you're going to snap something or push something too far. See, it just comes out really easily. I'm sure that's not correct. But we'll figure it out. I remember the first one I did of these, it was a right pain to get this baffle to slide through and then to get it all to lock into place. It didn't seem to want to stay. It didn't feel like, I've just put a nub mark there, that'll need to be sanded down. One thing I will do before we paint this puppy, once it's built, is I will go over it with a fine tooth comb to look for like nubs and stuff and things for safety porpoises. Right, so that's in there loosely. So we've got the exhaust thrust vent thing there. Yeah, when it comes to painting this, what I'll have to do is pop these off the end, push that out, and mask off. I won't need to then mask off the clear part, so I'm not going to do too much disassembly, but for the other ones I'll do some disassembly. I don't think I glued these on the... I hope I didn't. Let me just double check. I'm having a moment of doubt now. Oh, I don't think I did. Oh, that one's not glued in. Good, I thought I'd just check. Because you never know, my luck would be that I glued the first one on and it's all gone horribly wrong. Get this one. Hope that one's not good. Panic over. Oh, I'm just adjusting things. Back in boxes. What is that really? Ugh, I've made a mess now. Made a mess, Mum. If I'm through in a second. Eine Momente bitte. Where were we? Yes, thankfully I haven't glued these end caps on. So when it comes to painting it, I'll just take this off, pop that out, and I can paint the interior of the thrust nozzle. And I won't have to worry about the clear bit. Skullfish says, thumbs up, folks. Thank you very much. Yes, do give a video a thumbs up if you're enjoying it. Remember, every time you put a thumbs up on a YouTuber's video, it makes their video appear higher in the listings and really helps their channel get more views. Right, this is the bit that I can't stand now. Oh, I know what I need to do. Not just yet, but I will need I will need later on a little bit of painting, I think, but not just yet. Having said that, all this stuff that you can't see, I wonder if you can actually see that when the never thought, but I wonder if you can actually see all this interior stuff through the back of the engine. You might be able to. I'll have to have a look. Space Hamster ZH is in. Welcome, Space Hamster. Blue window shows 0. What are we talking about? Is it a glitch or does your people show 0 people in chat? I'm showing 28 people. The one at the top, that, yeah, ignore that little blue thing. It's probably just every time YouTube changes, Streamlabs doesn't work for some reason, so ignore that. Don't worry about that. I probably haven't configured it correctly. Right. Ignore that bit. There's apparently 28 people watching. Fox, I don't think you've got enough Starship fill for this bad boy. You better stock up. Yes. If I used Starship filth, I don't know yet. I seem to have walked in at the weirdest possible moment. Yeah. Panzer 4. People are saying there won't be any Starship filth. I've got a Panzer 4 Hetzer. There are probably the ones to do. Hang on. I've got a Panzer 4 Hetzer. What livery should I do it in? I don't know. I've returned not finished yet, says Chris at Gress Models. I'm getting there. I've done some bits. I've got this bit with the bendy wire to do yet. I don't know. My kind of favourite colours for World War II German armour are like just the European theatre German grey colours. Just because they look great with weathering. Right, let's get this cable stretched out. Let's get so nervous doing this. I don't do elastic trickery, but right, here we are again. Reflector. Put the tip of the LED into the reflector. Comes out on the other side. And it needs to be with the notch. It needs to be with the notch at the top, the little notch at the top. It needs to be flat to that. So there we go. Push that in. Now I need to make sure I don't push that bulb back out again like I did last time. That was fun. Now it says you need to bend the wire back. This is the bit that Chris will tell you the same thing. This is the bit where you think, oh, don't break, don't break. You have to bend the wire all the way back down like that. And it's like, oh, I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that at all. No, 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 no. I like doing that. Right, so now we have, take this. Page 42 goes through there, not behind that impeller blade there, comes out there, and then through this hole here. Yeah, das ist richtig. Like that, was it? Lovely, lovely. I'm no good at wiring. This is why I don't do lighting in kits. I don't do wiring. I'm more tense watching you do it than I was doing that myself. Fox, don't take the tag off. Yeah. What number is the wire? It is number 6. If you don't know what that means, I did cause myself some problems earlier on in the build by taking the number tags off some of the wires and some of the wings, and then realised I should really have left them on, just so I know which wire's which. That was Now what I do need to do here, is it here or is it, no, it's when I do the lasers, isn't it? That's right, ignore me, I'm just muttering to myself. There's a bit of painting I'll need to do later on, or well, light blocking. Put the plug through the lower engine casing hole. Phil C subscribe. Thank you very much, Phil C, for subscribing. You're a very kind person. I appreciate your subscriptions. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This now needs to slide into here like that, you see. Insert this into there. Careful not to trap the wire as you line up the two bits. Needs to go in there. That needs to push down onto that. Be careful not to trap the wire, of course. Do not trap the wire. Wire does not like to be trapped. And then this needs to slide into there. With notch at the other end. Okay, so that needs to go in there. Gently pull this wire through. The notch needs to be at that end. That's where you get the wire all crumpled up now. You start panicking about having knackered it. Slides into brain moment, having a brain moment. Which is there. Go. Wait, what? What's going on here? There we go. Do it sideways, you spoon. You spoon! And it's come off. Look at that. It's come off anyway. Oh, flunge-tacular. Right, let's pull that back out again. This is why I didn't want to put that brown piece in permanently straight away. That needs to go there. You could, of course, if you wanted to, secure this LED in with some relevant glue. What the Americans would call Elmer's glue. We call it PVA. Or canopy glue if you prefer. What also helps avoid the bulb coming disconnected is putting this in the right way around. Not doing it sideways for a start, you spoon. I was trying to put it that way. I was like, it doesn't fit. It's not going to fit. Oh, it goes the other way. Oh, yeah. And no, you won't be able to see. I was thinking you might be able to see the internal workings through them, but you can't because there's a big reflector. So no. So that wire can be pulled tight. Pulled up as tight as it's going to go. Yes. Not trapped, so I can push that home. Lovely. Now what you need to do is bring the two halves together, light them towards the engine, and do a little bit of. So you see all that work we've done. Yeah, it's gone forever. It's never to be seen again. Although I need to do something with the wire first, don't I? The wire that comes out the bottom. That's fine. That goes on there. That goes on like that. This clip will sit on the end. Hold it there. And this bit on the end here. Using the little straight rake that let the clear piece go into place, goes into that notch there. Quite straightforward. That just slides in. Done. And that is at engine done. Now you do have a big gap here and a big seam there. That's fine because these I can seal with sprue goo. That bit there and that bit there, no problem, sand it down. These bits here look just like bits of panelling, so I don't worry about those. So when it comes to building and painting, what you'll see me do is you'll see me pop this bit off, get that painted up, I'll take that out, get it painted up, put this back in. Let's just get that on that. What I'd probably do is take that off. I would put this back on to hold everything in place. I would glue these. I wouldn't take them apart again, but I would simply apply glue and lock them in place, and then also do some sprue glue to clean them up, get rid of any gaps. Now I know sprue glue, well, actually then again, see, this is the problem, sprue glue wouldn't actually, well, I'd have to use fillers, wouldn't I? Sprue glue wouldn't work, thinking about it, because of course sprue glue is polystyrene cement in suspension in, it's polystyrene in polystyrene cement suspended. Not going to work on this because the sprue glue won't attach to the plastic. There'd probably be fillers actually, I'll have to use fillers, but we'll get that filled in and glued. We'll figure it out. There we go, our engine. Fox has knocked his little transparent glasses things off. Fox has basically just built a torch, pretty much. Let me just put these back on again. Hang on. These are little magnifying lenses, so I don't have to use the big space helmet of seeing, which is much more convenient for you guys. Swig of coffee. Now it does say apply the electrical device, which I shall find. This is how. My little electriclonical testulation device. Look at that. Hey, oh, looked at the bulb. Don't look at the bulb. Quite cool. It does look pretty good. The world's worst laser pointer because it points at everything. It does look pretty good once that's lit up. It's going to look pretty mint. Oh god! All I can see now is a big reddy green blob now because I looked at the bulb because I'm an idiot. There's quite a simple lighting style, but it does work quite nicely. Right, I can't see anything now. All I can see is bulb. So there we go. That is issue 44. 44. Yes. Put that one in the box. 6 more to go. Next up, I'll put that to one side. Quick look at chat. Sounded a bit like Bane then, Fox. You mean like Bane from Batman? That's Bane from Batman. A rubbish film that was. Absolute rubbish. Fox is going to stab himself with a wire somehow. Just watch, says Hamster. Yeah, pretty much. I would not be shocked, says Chris. What we need is a stab pool. Idea not like from Clint Eastwood Deadpool, honest. I do like the faffing. Yeah. And we have a winner. The Normandy camo schemes were also good. Get to the shirts and plates then. I found a 1/18th X-Wing pilot on Shapeways for $50, says Lynn. Yeah, they'll be expensive. I was kind of hoping against hope that by some miracle, like I said, DeAgostini are providing these to me. That I'm not paying for these. I was kind of hoping that they were going to send me the premium one with all the figures, but they're not. You know, all the little scenery items and stuff, but they're not. So no biggie. But what I'll do is probably I'll just I'll save up and then I'll get the pilot off Shapeways. Somebody, you know, like you said, you found one. There'll be a number of them. Shapeways 3D print pilots you can do for this, because you do get a pilot figure if you got the premium pack, and you also get loads of ground crew and stuff, which is a shame. And the most amazing thing about this, here's a shot of them working on the Darth Vader's TIE Fighter in ILM, and the most amazing thing about this is in the background there's a really old stereo. Could be a record player. I just spotted it. Proper, you know, brushed aluminium front, twiddly knobs. 1970s, baby. So there we go. Clear plastic grill used as a light diffuser was moulded and cut to fit the rectangular wings. There you go. So yeah, if you're getting this part work, lots of information about how they made the studio models. It's fantastic. It's fascinating information. When I finish this part work, I'm going to go back and I don't really get around to reading all these. I will go back and read all these bits of information about how they made the studio models. A lot of techniques they still use today, and a lot of techniques that you don't use anymore, but they're fascinating to know about. The one thing that got me is when you see like Darth Vader's TIE Fighter though, with the 2 TIE Fighters along it, going down the trench run in the New Hope. Darth Vader's TIE Fighter is always like at a kind of slight angle. It always looks like they've not quite landed up on the stand. You know. Zam Wessel Deadly Assassin. Regular partner of Bounty Hunter Jango Fett, yada yada yada. That looks stupid. That just looks... Her facial expression looks nonsense. She's pointing a gun there, but she's looking at the camera and doing a duck face. That looks stupid. I'm sorry. Nonsense. Clone Wars nonsense. George Lucas rubbish. I don't know. Right, lower starboard wing mounts. Yes. Let's do some lower starboard wing mounts. I get all the bits. This is issue 45, isn't it? Be a fair bit of screwing going on, I think, for this one. Yeah. You can sit and watch me screwing for a while. War, Tony, that's right. Now, we do have lots of wiring for these wings, and it frustrates me, so, yes. Vader flies with attitude, says Goldfish. I like Tom Hardy, it weren't that bad. I'd have no problem with Tom Hardy, I just thought the film was absolute garbage. I can't stand that Batman series anyway. If for no other reason than the mask is stupid. The mask annoyed me. Had a little hole in the front for his mouth. You know, the Christian Bale Batman, there's just no interest in that at all. What did he say now? What? Hated it. Hated that movie. That series of movies. Horrible, horrible film. If they'd had a different actor playing Batman and a better face and better mask, better cowl, I probably would have enjoyed it. You know, but no. I couldn't stand Christian Bale as Batman. Right. Fit the additional 3 frames that strengthen the wing. Take the 3 mounts and screws provided this time. Oh, we need the wings, don't we? That's the point. Hello. Hello. The last time we made that to see. Hello, Mama Fox. So, adjusting my chair. I'm running my chair over my own rug. It's getting in the way. 1 second. Did you just say George Lucas rubbish? What, the prequels? Absolutely garbage. I said yesterday the one thing they should have done with the prequels is not had George Lucas involved in them at all. They probably would have been good. Right, swig of coffee. Yum, 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 yum. I'm assuming that's where that actress is from. I don't know. I have very few memories of the prequel film, so I don't know. Anyway, that photograph annoys me. Duck face in any situation is rubbish. Right. Take the 3 engine mounts and screws provided this time. Oh, I've got to separate my screws out. Hang on. Put these bits in here. Like that, you see. In my little tin of happy organisation. We shall. What have we got? XW05. So you've got some 05 screws. Not the sharpest knife in the world. XW05. There we go. We have XW03. Okay. Brune Glue says, I'm gone, bye. Oh no. I believe you're leaving just because I don't like the prequels. It's kind of an open fact that I know everybody knows I hate the prequels. I have no love for them. XW04. I hope you're joking that you haven't actually gone. Four. Yeah. And this is XW02. Never hidden the fact that I absolutely have just nothing but the strongest of loathing for the prequel movies. Absolute garbage they were. And it's all George Lucas's fault. There we go. Paul Di Tommaso, going back to bed, still tired. Take care, buddy. You take it easy. You're allowed to take it easy. Line the wing and engine mount like this. I organise everything now. I'm space on my desk. Yeah, sleep well, Paul. Take care, buddy. Take it easy. You're allowed chill time. This needs to go here. Fit the parts together so the 5 holes indicated line up with the lugs on the engine mount. And what I'm going to do is ignore the actual instructions now and just guess where these lugs are supposed to go. Look at the instructions, I suppose, couldn't I? Yeah, that seems about right. That seems pretty kosher. Fix the parts together with XW02 screws in all 5 holes. Sorry, head in the shop. My apologies. One, two, three, four. These 5. 1. I'm not going to do them all super tight straight away. Maybe you're screwing things together. Never do the first screw or second screw to its tightest. Always do them almost tight. Get them all in and then tighten them up. Just avoids any unnecessary warping or misshaping of the thing you're screwing together. Helps avoid misaligning screw holes by having pieces compressed and stretched and squashed. Go. Yes, I can't believe that any regular viewers find it surprising that I don't like the prequel movies, and it's kind of almost a point of comedy to make me rant about them. I find that quite amusing. Also, I've got to be honest, I wouldn't necessarily leave watching a stream because someone had different tastes to me. That seems a bit strange. Now tighten these up. There we go. That's screwed in. Yes. Folks, what happens to that wing? A bit of pre-weathering. What that? No, I was demonstrating yesterday about the Shonky paint job, which isn't paint job. It's just a very light spray of black paint. See, that's black paint sprayed on. This is a little bit less black paint sprayed on. This mushroom colour. So I was demonstrating how with a bit of glue you can quite easily remove it. But we did spend a lot of time yesterday talking about how the way they've done that painting is kind of valid for what they're doing. It makes sense. I'm not going to knock them for it, although I do knock them for it. That in. Align the smaller engine mount brace with the assembly. So that's this one. And fit the engine mount like this. We can all be friends even though we don't care about sand people and 3 Star Wars films. Yeah, I think leaving a stream and saying I'm out is a bit OTT because the streamer doesn't like the same films as the person. As there. This goes there. Like that. So when you put all the pieces on first and then do a million screws. And this piece, larger engine mount brace with the assembly. Like this. All kind of fits into place quite nicely. Secure the smaller engine mount with 2 XW02 screws. There we go. This is on camera. If not, it's not on camera. So 2 of those. I'm using the original screwdriver this give with you again because in the first few issues, this screwdriver didn't really work with the screws they gave you. But it does seem to work with the screws now, which is weird. Oops. More XW02s in this one. Doodle-doodle-doo. This is where I go quiet now because I'm doing installing some screws. It's not very exciting. Yes, I would never expect someone to have the same preferences and tastes as me. I wouldn't be upset if somebody, I'm not upset if somebody doesn't, well, if somebody likes something I don't or doesn't like something I do, I don't get upset about it. There's more important things to be stressed out about by. You don't like this thing I like. Buh. It's a movie. It's made up story time. It's just fun. These 4 holes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. William Rayborn's in. Good morning. Need lots of coffee. Have lots of coffee. Do it. Apply coffee to your face. There's a lot of people that do like the prequel movies. Doesn't bother me. There's a whole generation that grew up with them as their Star Wars, and I can understand that. And I can understand why people like those movies. I just think they're garbage, but I'm not going to get upset because somebody likes something I don't or doesn't like something I do. I know people that don't like Blade Runner. I could call them idiots, but I don't. Well, not very often. And that would be fully justified. Are you a watch collector? A bit interested in that sort of stuff myself. Not me. I've got no interest in such matters. But Chris at Gross Models is a horologist. He's an actual and qualified horologist with, like, the training and the qualifications and stuff. Chris can talk to you about watches and clocks. That's what he do. Oops, steady, Neris. That's that. That was a very left field question there, Michael. Are you a watch collector? Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Can I just point out as well, Alex Strickland that sent me the woodcut Warhammer Sunday plaque and this placemat. Can I just say it's the first placemat I've got that this cup fits on perfectly. Again, Alex, very many thank yous for that. Does he have a channel? Chris at Gross Models, who's in the chat occasionally. Yes, it's Gross Models. Chris, say hello. Yes, it's Chris at Gross Models, who's Gross Models in the chat. That's it. That's what he does for a living. He's an horologist. I thought I'd use the wrong screws there for a minute. Nope. XW04 screws into those 2. 1, 2. I saw your watch, so I had to ask. No, this was a gift from Mama Fox. An Invicta something or other. It's not exactly, not cheap, but it's not expensive. What XW04? Not like a Ferrari of watches. No. A very nice gift from Mama Fox. A few years ago. For my birthday one year, and it was very nice. And I wear it. I've never really been into like the metal strap. I've always been into like leather straps, and I've always been into silver. I've never liked gold. I don't like wearing gold stuff. I know what I'm not wearing. I'm gonna put them on. I washed my hands just before the stream and then got to put them back on. Yeah, I've never been into like gold and stuff because I don't like gold. But Mama Fox got me that, and I'm like, I've never had a metal strap watch before, and I got it, and I was like, you know what? I really like it now. But I'll tell you what I really want. What I really, really want. Zig. What I'd really love is a proper calculate 1980s calculator watch, or a modern version of the, you know, the one that the metal strap and the Casio with the metal body and the buttons. I know they make them now again, but not like a modern not a plasticky one. I want the proper old vintage metal one with the metal casing, but they cost a fortune nowadays. Calculator. I don't know why. I just think that'd be just ultimate nerdy geekiness would be to have a calculator watch, but a proper old one, not a modern crappy plastic one. 4 more X04 screws, inner wing frame, at these 3 parts there, there, and there. Apologies if I'm off camera. I've actually got a question for once. That's Ian Thompson. Oh, a Common Road Junction says I've got a World War I pocket watch. Cool. Should treasure that. I did say 04 screws, didn't it? There and there, and that one's just not going in. Weird. Just need lining up properly. Hang on, technical difficulties. Oh, dropping the screwdriver, never a good start. Oh, hang on. Coordination. Lynn says, what? Ian has a question. Don't do it, Ian, it's a slippery slope. You're more than welcome to ask real proper questions if you want, grown-up questions. I accept all questions of all denominations. I'm going in, says Ian Thompson. If it's like, if you were a tree, what tree would you be? Then I will just send Paul around to slap you, of course. There are limits. Right, now that one's going in now. I think it was just the metal strip wasn't quite lined up straight and true. It's still not having a trouble. Hang on. It's being awkward, this one. Quite wanting to go in the hole properly. Not quite flush. Get this middle one in. Let's take that out again, and let's get the middle one in first. I already posted it, but it's not showing up in chat. If it contains a link, it won't post it because you can't post links. Only mods can post links. I don't particularly have a list of banned words. I don't think I do anyway. But yeah, if you try to post a link, it won't post a comment. But do it in big capital letters as well, if I have a chance to see it. These screws are not wanting to go in very readily. That one's not even gone in halfway. Hang on. It does say XW04 screws, doesn't it? Yeah. These are not wanting to go in at all. And I'm very reluctant to force them more than I need to. I don't want to knacker the screw heads. Could it be just that one screw perhaps, like we had yesterday? There was one screw that was a bit of an arse. If I remember right, Chris had the same problem with that screw. Do you think this kit is as sensitive to solvents as the Bandai kits are? Have you thought about what weathering techniques you might apply? This kit is ABS, and as such, yes, it will be sensitive to thinners. It was that screw, I think. Again, we've got a funky screw included. Yes, it will be. It's ABS, the plastic, as far as I can remember, and therefore it will be at risk of exploding if you slop in thinner based washes all over it. So basically you have to treat it like a Bandai kit effectively. So while I can do things like very careful oil paint filters, that screw is sticking up and I hope it's not going to be a problem. It doesn't want to, it's countersunk, but it's not going in flat and flush. I don't like it. And we'll see what happens. Hopefully it won't cause any problems. I bet it will do. I bet it will stop that plastic strip. It's supposed to be countersunk. and it won't sink. And that's not down all the way either. This is weird. Supposed to be countersunk, and it's totally not. This one's supposed to... Let's get this XW03 screw in. Hang on. Sorry for my head. Yes, so it is basically best to treat this the same as a Bandai kit. Assume that you can't go ahead with like lots of thin paint washes willy-nilly, because the plastic potentially could be at risk. Not like Bandai where they don't bake the plastic. This is just, it is ABS, and ABS is susceptible to that. I don't like these screws at all. Sorry, all you can see is a funny shot of my arm, but I'm not having fun with these screws at all. Chris, what did you do with these screws, dude? On the third wing. That screw is not even fitting countersunk at all. I'm worried it's going to get in the way and foul the plastic plate that goes over it. I don't remember having this problem with the last two wings, but I may have done and just not remembered. I can't screw that any tighter, and that one's not sinking down either. Oh. This one's sticking up a bit. It's basically a bit rubbish, though, isn't it? Oh well, I know there's a plastic plate that goes over here, you see, and I don't want it to be pushed up by these screw heads. But it says XW04 screws, but I'm not having much joy with that. Oh well, we'll move on. Yeah, there's those two. Wouldn't be one of my streams if it didn't go a bit awry somewhere. XW03 screws go into these two holes here. So yeah, in terms of weathering this, oil paint filters are fine, as you saw on the perfect grey Bandai Falcon. A filter is fine because you're not slopping thinners everywhere. If the risk is if you start slopping thinners, like say you make a wash with some enamel or oil paint, and it's all thinners with a touch of paint in it, and you start slopping it all over the surface, it's going to pool up here and there. And where the plastic's primed, it's probably fine, but where it's any little gaps in that primer and it gets to bare plastic, it can start to affect the plastic, and that's the problem. So with the filter, you've just got your brush and you're just damping the surface, so it's fairly safe. And I got away with it on the big Millennium Falcon. 5 screws is these 1, 2, 3, 4. So filters will be fine. Streaking will be fine, because again, you can do streaking without dousing the whole thing in thinners. And all the other weathering, like just normal paint on paint chipping and stuff, that's fine, because you're not using washes. I'll probably in places use things like Null Oil or Agrax Earthshade. I'm not really a big fan of using acrylic washes on something this big, because you can't do anything with them, they just go on and that's it. I'll put Null Oil on a metal component to make it look, dirty, or Agrax Earthshade, but I don't really use them for doing streaking and stuff on something this big, because once it's on, it's on. You can't adjust them. But they'll have their place. But I'm going to, like I did with a little bit with the Falcon, but my plan with this is to weather it not to look really... I'm not going to struggle to match the studio model. I'm not going to try and replicate that. Because like I've said before, if you look at the studio models, the paint jobs aren't that great. And while it looks good on screen, on the actual finished model, it can look like a half-assed paint job. It doesn't look like those screws sticking up at all. All 3 of them screws are just sticking up a little bit. And they're supposed to be countersunk. I'm not liking that at all. A bit more. There we go, that can go in a bit more. Okay. Swig. Yeah. That was, now this is a stressful bit coming up. I'm not going to enjoy this bit. We have to start threading the cables through. Deepest of joy. Right. Uncoil the laser cannon cable and straighten it. Press the plug on the end is the reset. Right, we'll get this thing uncoiled first. This is where you might get some swears. No, keep the sticker on there. Straighten this cable out. No frustration coming up. And it's only 20 past 2. I know, I've got hours yet. Yeah, so weathering's going to be interesting. I'm not necessarily going to stick to the filming model style of weathering, although I will do some. What I'm planning on doing, I didn't really do it on the Big Falcon because it comes with the decals. But what I'm going to do on this is what I call Star Wars style paint chipping, especially on something this big, which is not the traditional method of paint chipping, where you're painting on little chips with your brush or whatever, or using chipping fluids. It's more where you're showing a base colour through another colour by having paint chips. And I'm going to do it as with masking fluids, which I found quite useful. Right, so move these out of the way. Uncoil the laser cannon and so press the plug on the end into the recess near the hole in the wing tip. How you do this now? Go sideways or that way? It goes. Hang on. So that needs to go. Suggests it's. I've actually forgotten since doing the last one where this is supposed to go, but it suggests it goes that way. Flat. No. Like that. Yes? No? Okay, that doesn't seem to. I can't remember how I did this on the last wing now. Does that just sit? Comero Junction's off. I'll see you, talk to you later. Take care, Comero Junction. Thanks for coming in. Isn't the right, I can't remember how this attachment point actually works now. No, we'll figure it out. Now this needs to be routed along the, I'm going to move that out of the way because it's just going to become an annoyance. Routed along into the little sticky up bits of what they call things to hold the cables in place, but they never seem to work very well. Needs to come along here. I always have issues with this. It never seems to want to stay in place. You get those little posts for the wires to go in between, but it never wants to stay there. I never have a good time with this because I worry that I'm going to break a wire. It needs to go around there. It just pops straight out again. It's complete nonsense. Yeah, I never enjoy this bit. The last two wings I didn't enjoy it. Okay, so if I go quiet, by the way, it's just because I've got to think what I'm doing here. That big label is not helping at all, is it? I don't want to pull it off, but it's not helping. I'm going to look ahead into the instructions because I need to just get a sanity check on this socket. Don't remember how it goes together. Right there. Assemble the lower wing. Apologies, folks. I'm just looking ahead. Right, there we go. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Right, panic over. Panic over. Just got to get this damn wire into here now. Somehow. Which you have to pull out again anyway to... You know. Right, so that needs to route round there. Let's just get that bit in there first. Loosely get it in place. There we go. That's now like that. All that taut, that can sit there. That can go there, maybe. Now it needs to route round here. Oh, I hate this bit. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Never enjoy this bit. Because I'm just worried that I'm going to knacker the wire, which is not an ideal thing to have knackered. Because you've got to get it behind these posts, and the posts are right against the edge. I've probably knackered the wire there now. You've got to make it balanced there. See what? Let's get in our old standby. Just get that. Can I get this taped down somewhere so it can tape that there? Right, that might stop that moving around so much. You never know, it might not. That needs to apparently go behind this post, but the gap is so small. Good luck with that. Without damaging it. I'm not even on camera, am I? Apologies. Go behind there, but I'm very scared. That's in. No guarantee this light source. I mean, the thing is, once I've built this thing, I'm never going to turn the lights on anyway. So it's not the end of the world to me if the lights don't actually work. If I knacker a wire, it's like, yeah, whatever. Don't really care. Because eventually the batteries will go and you'll be like, yeah, I'm not going to worry about the lights. Continuing to this corner of the engine mount, taking the wire around this post. Okay, these are jammed in place now. This post a little bigger, so that might be easier. Bit of tape's doing its job wonderfully. I'll take that tape off in a minute. It's just to lock this in place more than anything else. Oh, no, didn't want to do that. This bit. And you know what's worse? Trying to do it on camera. Because I've got to be, I'm doing this and worrying about the wire, and at the same time panicking that you're not seeing anything. Because all you're seeing is, say, the back of my head or what have you. That's in. Cable should be routed like this, leaving the free end coming out through the notch in the middle of the wing root. So it needs to go through those two and then out. Sure, there was a better way of doing that. Right, so that sticks out the wing root. I'll try and sort these ones out. There's nothing to anchor those ones in place, you see. They're not locked in by pegs in the same way. The pegs are just like subtle guides. Whereas here, the pegs actually jam them between them and the wall. So, well, that's locked in place at that end and there now, so that might be a bit better. Sticker's going to cause me problems, I can see that. Further down the line, But I don't want to pull it off because, you know, we've made that mistake. Right. The wing should now look like this, with the undercarriage doors free to open as shown to the right. Yes. We can... Opening and closing. Yes. Huge success. We have the wing looking like that with these screws that don't fit, and I'm not happy with them screws. They do not fit. They do not want to fit. I can see me having to take them screws out, but then that means there's no support there. Which might not be the end of the world, because there's a plate that goes over here and it needs to sit flat, and it doesn't sit flat ideally anyway. When it's done, they'll probably mould mine to run off the mains. How about everyone else? I would do the same thing if I had any actual ability or talent to do things like that, but as I'm an idiot, I won't. I don't even know how I'm going to display mine. Right, so that's that. But we haven't finished yet. Right, take the fusel. Oh, my things are coming off. Take the fusel or fusel thrust engine you assemble in stage 44 together with an XW02 screw. I'm going to put them there. Take the plug on the end of the lead. Fit it through this hole in the engine mount. Peg, small peg, big hole, small hole. Plug, hole. Fit that through there. This is all fairly straightforward. Hey, drop it. Of course, the important bit is dropping it. It's vitally important that you drop it as many times as possible. That needs to pull through there. That goes in the back of there, and those pegs line up. They're screw holes. Press the engine in place and hold it. Drive an XW02 screw in this hole to fasten the engine in place. I've closed my screw thing now and everything. Hang on. Oh. There we go. Now, do let me know, folks. If you remember, I've bought myself a couple of new lights for the filmings. Do let me know how the picture is, because I'm running them at the minute. It's 2 extra lights than normal. I can't get this screw the right way up. That's a bit of an arse. Okay. I've got 2 extra lights, and it hopefully makes things a bit better for my camera. I'm going to have to let go of this, aren't I? I knew that would happen. Back on that. Yes, I've got me two new extra lights on the left and right going, so hopefully it just gives maybe a little less shadow, but also means the camera can have a lower exposure, which makes a few of the differences to the way the camera works, which is quite nice. We screwed in. The engine is fastened in place now. Yes, this is a stick. Yes. Feed the wire from the engine. Oh, I see. I've forgotten all this now because it's been a while. It's been a while since I've done it. Round this. Oh, round that pin that's already got a wire around the back of it. Oh. That's in no way going to be a challenge, is it? No. More wires and feeding. Actually, I find the fingernail probably a bit better for this purpose. Maybe. How can I get it around the back of that pin when it's really got a big fat wire around the back of it? Okay, like that. Alright, well, I'll shut up. This also needs to feed that way. Okay, and then out of the hole again. Okay, right, that makes sense. Yeah, the funny thing is, I've done 2 of these already, but it's been a few months, so I've kind of forgotten everything I did. That can sit down there. I'm tempted to put a little bit of tape on there, a tiny amount, just because it's not the best fit in the world. Oh, also not the best. Yes, let's just trim some tape. This is 3M automotive tape, which you'd never use for masking. Well, you could use it for masking, but never use it for masking on actual painted plastic. You use it on top of other masking tape. pad areas out, but it's nice and grippy, and it's great for sealing. I mean, electrical tape is obviously the best usually, but great occasionally for doing things like fixing little wires and things in place that you don't want rattling around inside. I can quickly blob that down. It's not the best fit, but it just stops that wire popping up out from on top of that little nub. Fox keeps freezing. No, he keeps stopping because he's thinking. I'm not showing any dropped frames, so it's either going to be YouTube having a problem or your connection, perhaps. There you go, that's taped in nicely. I hope that doesn't actually get in the way of any mechanical parts now. But it just means that that's not going to pop out at a moment's provocation. This one goes into the one at the bottom, so that goes down there. Well, I've got to say, I think I must have remembered some of doing this, because this is actually, although I'm whinging about it and kvetching about it a bit, it's actually gone a bit better than the last two times I did this. I'm going to put a little bit of tape on there, I think, again, just to lock cables down so they don't feel compelled to pop out. I can't really put tape anywhere where I don't know there's going to be a mechanism or something, but it's just a bit of extra insurance. Yeah. Video looks great to me and the illumination is excellent. Thank you very much. It's basically two of the big lights. There's one there and one there and one there. It does mean, of course, if I look anywhere apart from my iPad or my microphone on the camera, I actually go blind, but hey, that's fine. Right, so that should be fine. That's in there now. It'll take a lot of effort for that tape to fail. You watch now. I'll get this built and I'll try the mechanism to open and close the S-files, and it'll grind that tape up and it'll break it. And I'll be like, okay, never mind. Now it does say to, does it say to test it? No, but I'm going to test it just to make sure we've still got good wiring. I can't test the laser cannon, but I can test the Fusible engine. Anybody out there in airplane land know if Fusible is a real airplane? There we go. Look at that. No, well, I was trying to make like X-wing noises, but it sounded more like an Eagle transporter. Fox, what iPad do you have? I'm looking for a new one. I've no idea, because it's just, you've got like the iPad, or there's the iPad, or then the later version, which is the iPad, or then there's the other one which came after that, which is the iPad. All I know is it's the 9-inch screen iPad. I don't know. I got it like a number of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. It's, hang on, I'll tell you exactly. It is the iPad 5th generation. The model number, if you want to write this down, I'll put it in chat if you want, except I can't have it in chat. And the model number is M for Mike, P for Papa, 2 F for Foxtrot, 2 B for Bravo, / A. So I'll do it again. It's M for Mike, P for Papa, 2 F for Foxtrot, 2 B for Bravo, / A. It's a 5th generation iPad. You probably can't buy them anymore. It's about, I think it's 2 years old. But that's the problem. People think that, you know, people kvetch that Xbox nomenclature is confusing with the Series S and the Series X and the One X and the One S. That's nothing compared to iPad and iPhones. I'm going to find out which version of iPad or iPhone you've got, because they're all just called the iPad. Fox, you might just want to use a few dabs of hot glue to hold the wires in place. Ian Thompson says, won't that melt the ABS? No, it'd be fine. It'd be fine on ABS. The big thing that's stopping me using the hot glue is I don't have a hot glue gun. Actually, I do. But I don't know where it is. But yes, you could use some hot glue. But this is just a way that if I need to take it out, I can do it. It's an easily removable way. If it was a final thing and I was happy to do it, I'd use maybe hot glue. But I don't know what a hot glue gun is. this completes this stage. The wing and assembly should now look like this. Yes. Well, there we go. That went a bit better than I thought. I was still kvetching a little bit, but not too much. Right, 45 is done. 45, terrible number. 46 is next. Let's have a look. The Empire Strikes Back. The Return of the TIE Fighter. TIE Fighter. Quite big models, weren't they? I want every ship available to sweep the asteroid field. Darth Vader. TIE Bomber in under construction. Very basic beginning parts. Things held together with tape. Luke Skywalker developing ability here. Okay, some comic-based, book-based stuff. And then we're on to the lower starboard engine. Let's do our lower starboard engine. Yes, I could potentially run it into the mains if I wanted to, but I would need... I need to clear my throat, one sec. That would require me to have some kind of base or stand that could run the mains through. And also to have some knowledge of electrics, which I don't. I am literally the most... Excuse me. I am literally the most inept person when it comes to anything like that. We haven't used them yet. This use components allow you to complete the lower input unit and add it to the remainder of the engine, which is already installed in the lower starboard wing. So we'll put that there. I haven't used that either. I guess we're going to use it now. What is this? Issue 46. Get the bag. Issue 46. Now this is where you will need some glue. The instructions don't tell you you need glue. Trust me. You'll be wanting glue for this bit. And it's made all the more frustrating by the fact that this is all stuff that you... Well, no, you are actually going to see it. Tell a lie, you are going to see some of it. But not all of it. X-Wing 01. There, screw 01. Only two of those, but we'll put them there. I may as well use this for opening bags and stuff, mightn't I? Because this one's just too blunt now. Put that up there. There we go. Where are I? Dang, I picked up my remote and hit the Netflix button. Dope! Welcome back. Welcome back, Lynn. Right, so take the two halves of the enormous tube, the power input unit. Instructions. Put these two together and add the external pipes. Done. No, it's a bit more complex than that. Now, there is a way to do these that I've learned, and Chris will tell you the same thing. There's a specific way to do these that is not, I don't think, the way the magazine tells you to do it. I think. Right, so I'm going to get these bits out first of all. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm not going to use that. Use my Coca-Cola tin. Because I need to have these separate. And the problem with these clamshell packs is that to get them apart, you have to ping them apart, and then bits ping off and you lose bits. So go carefully. I'm going to guess by the end of today's stream we'll have finished the third wing. I'm going to guess. Ping, don't ping, don't ping. It's hard to get a grip. Get a grip, man. Right, see what I was saying about static cling? That bit is stuck on there. Yeah, watch for that. Static cling, it's your enemy and mine. And don't do this anywhere near an edge. There's still bits in there. So just double, like them two there. Just double check your plastic clamshells every time for leftover parts. There are no leftover parts in there. It's like a little tiny TV dinner, isn't it? You've got your mashed potato in there. You've got your greens in there. You've got your Salisbury steak and gravy with bits. And then here you've got, I don't know, something. A few fries. I'm really hungry now. I'm a really crappy TV dinner now. Oh, last night, yeah, if you watched yesterday, I have some bad news, some terrible experience that happened to me last night. If you watched yesterday, when I asked the bench and belly question, which I'll ask now, bench and belly, what are you working on right now? What's on your bench, your current creative project? What are you having for your dinner tonight, or what have you had for your dinner? Yesterday, I said that I was having Chinese takeaway. It was my favourite, the wonton soup with the shumai, and then a main course of beef pad thai. I was really looking forward to it. I was really, really starving. And all I could think about was the lovely, lovely pad thai. I had my soup. My soup was fine. Everything was hunky-dory. And then I got to the pad thai. And this is where tragedy struck. This particular, I don't know if this is normal for pad thai, but of course you have the beef and you have all the noodles and stuff. But you also have, in the pad thai, what looks like scrambled egg that's all just chopped up and mixed in. Bit of stickiness on that, which is just mixed into, it's a bit like having egg fried rice, it's just mixed into the noodles and stuff, and it's usually delicious. It's fantastic, but for some reason it's obviously gone a bit wrong, and I think they burnt the egg, because I saw a chunk of the scrambled egg, or the rumbled up fried egg. I'll just drop that. There was nothing in it. I saw a chunk of the egg, and it had black bits all over it. And I thought, oh, it smelled a little bit funny. I'm like, it smells burnt. What's that? So I tried a little bit of the egg, and it had this horrible burnt taste. So I spat that out, put it to one side, and I thought, okay, well, that's fine. I can just avoid the egg. It's not a problem. I can just miss those bits out. Unfortunately, it seems that burnt scrambled egg bit had basically tainted the flavour of the whole dish, and it tasted like when something's gotten burnt, but not in a good way, and it's got that bitter taste, and the whole thing just tasted like ass, burnt ass. And I'm like, I can't eat this. I can't eat this. The taste from the egg has just made it horrible. And in the end, I had about 6 mouthfuls. And in the end, I just had to give up. I had to throw it out. And I was really sad then, because they had this in the kitchen. There was basically this massive plate full of a whole mess of pad thai, beef pad thai, which smelled fantastic. I mean, don't get me wrong, although there's a little bit of hint of burnt, it smelled fantastic. And I left it there. And when I went downstairs this morning, I did the washing up, washed all the dishes and stuff this morning, because sometimes I leave it to the next day. And it was there on the side. It's still there. And the kitchen smelled delicious. It smelled like pad thai. Like, oh, it smells so good. But of course, so basically, my entire Chinese meal last night was the nice soup followed by a big bowl of Cheerios, because I couldn't eat the thing I'd ordered for dinner. I was most upset. So anyway, I've decided tonight I'm gonna screw it. I'm gonna order the same thing again, and hope they get it right this time. They've never got it wrong before. It was just a one-off, I suspect. They just burnt the egg by accident. Didn't notice, but the whole thing just tasted wrong. So yeah. So I was most steady. I was most sad last night. Big massive plate of beef pad thai that I couldn't eat. Should have contacted them. I'm sure they'd have sent out a replacement. Yeah, probably. That's fine. They're normally really, really good. I've used them for a long time, so I'm like, I'll just... It's a one-off thing. It's not the end of the world. I mean, it probably is. Most people wouldn't notice it. But I think maybe I'm a super taster or something. I don't know. But to me, it changed the flavour too much, and I couldn't eat it. It was probably, most people probably wouldn't notice it. It would have been fine with it. The two manifolds are mirror images of each other. Take this one and fit the end into the hole of the pipe from step 3. Got 2 manifolds, and I'm glad they call them manifolds. Now, I don't know if this is something that's actually on the studio model at all. Because this is basically an engine block with an exhaust manifold on it. So if it was on the studio model, it would be from a model truck or car or something, and they've just stuck an engine with all them and exhaust manifolds on it on the end, which would make sense because that's how you do these studio models. You use bits of existing kits. But if this is made up nonsense just to go in the DeAgostini one, I don't know. It's weird. Right. The manifolds are mirror images. Take this one. So we've got the engine block here. We've got this sticky up bit here and that there. So this one needs to be that way. I hope you can see this. So I'll zoom in a bit. This is fiddly stuff now, so I'll zoom in a bit for you. I can't zoom in much. Occasionally my camera has enormous zoom and occasionally it has no zoom whatsoever. So I don't want to move the camera though because that needs refocusing. Right, so this one goes into the hole in this little bit we put in there. And also attaches into the two holes in the manifold in the engine block. Manifold. At least it does that if you're not inept and wobbly fingered like me. Okay, I'm going to flip my little visor goggles down so I can see. So it goes into that hole there, and into these two holes here. And then this one does the same on the other side. I bet you didn't see that. You did see that coming. Yes, I was most upset last night. I could have just called them, but it's like, you know, it's Friday night. They're going to be knackered busy anyway. They're only a little small place, and they're really awesome. They're really nice. So I was like, I don't really mind. I'll take the knock on this one, but I'll order another one tomorrow night. And I'll put a thing on the special notes just saying, please don't burn the eggs. So they go in there. I didn't push this one in all the way home first because I want to make sure these are both lined up nicely. Because they just push each other out if you don't line them up. Now I'm not going to glue that in yet. But I will tell you now, this part of the process, you strongly should have some glue. Because trust me, you're going to need it. Just for your own sanity, more than anything else. So, there we go. There's the two engine manifolds glued in. I'm going to be using my Plastic Magic. Deluxe Plastic Magic. You can get it in most countries. It works with ABS plastic. You can use Tamiya ABS cement. Tamiya ABS cement is this stuff. It's got the blue top. It does go yellow over time, but don't panic. The downside with this is it's a bit like their regular cement. It's very thick. And that brush, you can see it trying to drip off the brush there. It's very thick. It smells like woodwork shop. It smells like there's a place near me that does, like, you go in and buy planks and boards and they do wood and stuff. It smells like that. I would recommend this because it's water thin and you're going to need it. You don't need it, but you're going to find it makes things a lot better. I should have contacted. Oh, we've done that one. Oh no, poor fox, bad noodles. Nah, it's all made up by fanboys. Probably made up by the same people who created the cutaway details of the Thunderbirds in TV21. True. But it's weird then that they've reproduced what is basically a carb engine block for this made up thing on the X-Wing. If you look on the wing there, I'll be honest with you. If you look on the wing, you can see that detail there. You can see the engine block, so it may well be potentially, I suppose, on the studio model, not impossible there might be an engine block under some of the greebles. So they might have just tried to sort of reproduce that and just made this bit up that goes under here. That's not impossible, I suppose. I'm not that familiar with all the greeble detailing on the Studio X-Wing to remember. Right, so anyway, yes. Where are we? Now, take the rectangular plate, which is 3 lugs on the back. And I'll have the power input units. We've got these two rectangular plates. Rectangular! Like a Ford Anglia. Now, one of them's got 3 lugs. Three little nobules. And one of them's got 2. Two and a little nobule. So just so you know which ones, but you can't mess these up. The little nobule bit there, that goes in that little recess, so it's that way around. You can't mess this up. You can mess this up. I probably could if I really tried quite hard. And this one, that forces the blank part at this end. So this one I'm going to assume is the same. Yes. So they force you to put that one that way around, so you can't possibly get it the wrong way around, and then it just makes you realise that this one has to be this way around, because that could go either way around, but you want the holes at this end. Yeah, that's that bit. Now, here we go. This is where we have to do visual identification 101 to try and identify all the different bits. Okay. Right, we've got all these little puppies. And there should be. I'm going to have to do this a little bit close up. So you might just see the back of my head. I've got to figure out which ones are which now. Take the 4 short pipes that curve this way. So it's... that goes that way. Oops. That goes that way as well. Oops, Daisy. Quite hard to pick up and they kind of stick to your hand a little bit. They're like fish hooks. That goes that way. I'm doing it so this little bit at the end curves up into the air. Otherwise it's upside down. So this is how you tell them apart. That bit goes that way. This bit goes that way. I think. No. Ooh. Wait, no, that bit sticks up. Ah. On that way. I'm trying to make it. Here's the guide. So that this bit here sticks up and this little short bit sticks down. That's how you know you got the right way up. I think. That way. That way. Because if I get one of these and turn it the other way up like that, then this bit sticks up, but so does that bit, and that's how I know it's that way around. So this is just my way of doing it. So this little short part points downwards. I know you can't focus on it, but this little bit here points down, and this big bit points up. There we go. So they want me to do those. I think we'll put those 4 there. In here like that. Do you see? These 4 here. And what you need to do is basically attach these to these manifolds. Now, the trick here is the order of assembly. And I take it back, they do show you the correct way to do it in the instructions, at least they do now. I don't know if they did in the first issue. You want to do the front one first and then work your way back. Basically, the back one sits on top of the one behind it, which sits on top of the one behind that. They're like layered like louvers. So if you do the back one first, you can't get the one in front of it in because it needs to go underneath. So it's easier if you do this one first. Pop that in there and pop that in there. Now these are fiddly and they won't stay in very easily or very well. You're going to have a struggle. You can try it with tweezers, but to be honest, the tweezers will sometimes slip and whiz around, so your mileage may vary. Go in there, that's going to go in there. That one is almost in, but not quite. There. That's pushed in. Now what I would suggest, that's fairly firm. When I first did the first one of these on the first wing, these would not stay in place. That one's actually locked in place now. I think they've improved the process and manufacturing as they've gone along on this. Because Chris will tell you the same. The first wing we ever did, there were lots of issues with fit and stuff. And I mean, I know I've had issues with those screws today. But it does seem that they've ironed some stuff out as they've gone along. Now, it may well be that when you do the first wing, it may still have that issues, the fit issues, but I was going to tell you to glue these in, and I'm going to glue them in anyway. But these do seem to fit a little bit better. But you need to get them the right way around. You've got the right ones. And you need to start from the front and work your way back. This is actually going a lot easier than it has done in the past. And I think they're doing some. I think they're tweaking things as they go along. It may be the first batch as different production tolerances or something. I don't know. A bit weird, but I'm not complaining. There we go. That's them 4. That was a lot less hassle. But what I'm going to do, I am just going to touch. Now, keep in mind, of course, this has got silver paint. It's the plastic with silver paint. Now, it is going to strip the silver paint off, but I don't care because we're going to be repainting it anyway. Also, I don't mind that it strips the paint off, because that means then it strips the paint away to the bare plastic, and that gives the glue something to adhere to. You don't have to do this. If, like has just happened there, they've gone in really nicely and they're kind of infirm, you might be alright without doing that. But like I did on the first engine, they would not have stayed in. It took me an hour to do this on the first engine. It's a right pain in the bum. So your mileage may vary. If you're having trouble with them not staying in, then just go for some glue anyway. If they stay in alright, you might be alright without. Just once these are in place and the engine's installed into the wing, you're never going to get access to them again. So I'll check the chat in a minute. Now this is difficult for me, this one, because this is the other way around. It's my left hand and I'm useless with my left hand. Why don't I just do it upside down? That'd be easy, wouldn't it? Oops. And there. It's almost like you have to slot the top piece in first, because that's a very loose fit, and then push the bottom in, because the bottom is where it locks. But you see this one here, this one's not staying in very well in the top, and it's probably very prone to popping out, so we will be gluing that one in anyway. Maybe as a matter of course, just because you can't do anything with them once it's all assembled. You'd have to take the whole wing apart. So yeah, maybe just glue them in anyway. I'll have a look at chat in a minute for you. Just get this bit done first. I'm quite pleased though, because this is, I was expecting this to take like a, no, see that's coming out again. The first time I was doing this was so much swearing going on. Because you get 3 of them in and then you put the 4th one in and all the first 3 just pop out and you'd be like, oh, for the love, oh. It was really frustrating. I think they've improved their process. I'm assuming they do like different production runs. So maybe in earlier production runs there's little wrinkles that have ironed out in later production. I don't know how it works, you see. On-demand stuff. I imagine it's not easy. And that's why, although the paint job is a bit pants, I'm not going to be too merciless on it. Because like I said yesterday, you have to remember they're trying to do this in a mass productions format. Not like a sideshow collectible where they've got an artist actually physically painting everything. You know, you buy your $700 figure of, I don't know, Deadpool or somebody. Or Harley Quinn or something. One of the reasons it's that expensive is that somebody's actually sat there and painted it by hand completely. Whereas this stuff, they need to just churn it out in hundreds of thousands and they can't afford to do that. So I may rib the paint job a little bit slightly gently, but for a lot of people it'll be an adequate paint job and there's not much more they can do with a mass production anyway. Right. Scratch my nose. Where are we up to? Relocating to the PC, be right back, says Phil Lewis. And okay, Phil, says Lynn. How many people we've got? We've got 24 people watching. Hello, hello. I'm glad you're still with us. Right, take this handle, handle shaped pipe, and fit the pins on the ends into the 2 holes, yada yada yada. And that goes here. Here's a question for you. Has anyone seen the trailer for the new BBC America series, The Watch, based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld? I saw the trailer for it yesterday, and it's like, wait, what? This isn't Discworld. This isn't Terry Pratchett's The Watch. This isn't even the same. What? And I'm torn because the clips I saw looked interesting. You know, I like the look of the character playing Captain Vimes. But at the same time, it's so far removed from anything like Discworld and Ankh-Morpork of Discworld. I'm like, what the hell is this? It's like, let's get this piece. This piece of pipework fits into the holes. This is the straight. A big great. I'll do some cleanup on these parts. great big nub there. It's a bit like comparing Elementary to original Sherlock Holmes. It's that kind of difference. If you've watched Elementary, I love Elementary, don't get me wrong. But if you watched Elementary, it's modern day and stuff, and you know, Watson's a woman, and Holmes is a heroin addict, which is kind of straight on, but it's as different to the original Sherlock Holmes in setting and tone. He works for the NYPD. It's as different to the original Sherlock Holmes as this thing looks to actual Discworld. Glue this in place. Now, while that's not always necessarily a bad thing, you know, the difference is that, for example, Sherlock Holmes has been done to death. And modern settings, such as Elementary or, you know, BBC Sherlock, kind of works on a much loved old format. Because, you know, with Sherlock Holmes, it doesn't... Yes, it's set in that era, but it doesn't really matter where you actually set it. It's all about Holmes and Watson and solving the mystery. It doesn't really matter where so much. You know, which version of London is he living in, or if he's living in which cities. You know, it's that kind of... There's some leeway there. There's some room for manoeuvre. But with the watch, Ankh-Morpork, it's supposed to be a kind of slightly silly fantasy world. It's not supposed to be a slightly weird modern punk thing. Corporal Vimes is not electric guitar playing punk with eyeshadow. I looked at it and I thought, it just doesn't. It doesn't. There doesn't seem to be a valid reason for changing the setting so completely, utterly. And it doesn't seem to work. But then again, there's only a trailer. I'm going to watch it when it comes out, assuming I can see it somehow over here. It did look interesting. I like the. It sounds weird, but I like the main character, the way he was portrayed in the trailer. I like the look. He looks like cantankerous and a bit credulous and a bit like, huh? And I kind of like that. So it might work as a standalone thing. It might. I'm going to give it a watch and see. But at the same time, the part of me that loves Pratchett's work and loves Discworld and the whole thing completely deeply is not happy with the idea of this modernisation. But we'll see how it goes. You never know. It might work out. I don't know. It just seems to be a bit of a culture shock, kind of weird thing. I'm going to glue these little parts in here. It might stand on its own merits. You never know. Right, so that's now that bit done. Basil Rathbone in 1930s New York fighting Nazis. Yep. I get BBC America, says Lynn. Yeah, it's a BBC America production. We'll get it over here. It'll be on the BBC over here, on the BBC iPlayer as well. And the BBC aren't going to fund it just for the American audience. But yeah, it was just like there's a lot of cursing and swearing going on at the moment on Twitter and other places from, you know, fans of Pratchett's work, not happy with it at all. And even Rhianna Pratchett, Terry Pratchett's daughter, has basically put a tweet up saying, "There's nothing to do with us. We had no creative control over this whatsoever, so don't shout at us." So it seems that she's not that impressed with it. And it does seem to be a bit pointless. I don't see why they had to change the setting to, like, it's more like Blade Runner or something, but with comedy. It's just, I don't know. It seems a bit pointless and unnecessary that they've done that. Right, let me just adjust my miniature helmet of seeing. Doesn't seem to want to stay on these glasses for some reason. Right, take the 2 plant-on details. Now it does show the photograph with the sink marks here. So I shall put the sink marks there. Take the 2 larger plant-on details, which have a hole in one side. Now, I could be wrong. I know this is a made-up detail that doesn't exist on the actual X-Wing, but that looks like a universal greeble to me, a little bit. Right, so square hole, round peg. that goes. Where's the ejector pin mark? It's there. It needs to go 2 holes in one side, so the 2 holes need to be on there, on the inside. So you've got 2 little holes, they need to be on the inside when you push that in. So that goes in there, with the 2 holes on the inside. I hope you can see all this. The only Pratchett adaptation I liked was the original Discworld CD-ROM game with Eric Idle and John Pertwee. Yeah. I mean, any of the Discworld stuff, to me, personally, it's not like... It's kind of like the world in which it's set is kind of a character in the stories along with the characters in the story. I mean, Sherlock Holmes, for example, it doesn't really matter where it takes place. Let's push this down a bit. It doesn't really matter where Sherlock Holmes takes place, really, ultimately, at the end of the day. Whether it's London or New York, it makes no real difference. I need to squash this down a bit with some pliers. Make sure these go in properly. It doesn't really matter where Sherlock Holmes is set. It's about the mystery and the companionship between Holmes and Watson. You know, the fact it's in London or New York or space or, you know, your butt. Doesn't matter where it is. Discworld, the world itself is a character in the story. It's part of the world. It's part of the... You can't really separate it out. And then these little pieces here, which I can't pick up without my tweezers. Here in this bit here. D-shaped holes. D-shaped lugs. Now they could have just moulded this as one single piece, but then it's got to give you something to do, haven't they? Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I know some of the TV adaptations have modernised the world a little bit. They've changed it a little bit, you know, but they've been fairly true to it. Some of the Sky TV versions, they've generally just suffered from... The TV adaptations in the past have generally just suffered from bad acting and bad casting. But, no. Hey. But yeah, changing the whole world completely, we'll see. It might work. It might stand on its own merits. We shall find out. No doubt. We shall find out. No doubt. I like Sprout, but not Trout. Goes in there, and that goes there. Like that, do you see? Like I said, it may stand up on its own merits, and I'll give it a go. I'll watch it, and it might be perfectly enjoyable, but it'll still rankle that it's a completely unnecessary sort of tweak to the Discworld setting. We shall find out. Align the large D-shaped hole, blah blah blah. Even I can't get that wrong. He says. I should never say that, really. I should never say that. Doesn't seem to want to go all the way along, though. Is it supposed to have a gap? I think it does have a gap. Check. Back off again. Does seem to want to go a little bit of the way, but not all the way. Yes, it does appear to have a gap. So this is not... Oh, no, actually, hang on. No, I can push it further. There we go. There's a very slight gap between the grey part and the engine piece. Very, very tight fit. So keep pushing it all the way along until it can't go any further. There's a little sort of step. Right, we'll stop. Stop a step. It could be as off-kilter as the US version of Dirk Gently. True. Harvard is not unseen, says Sam Lowry. I never saw the American version of Dirk Gently, did I? No. I saw the English version of Dirk Gently, the one that came out a few years ago, and it was, again, it kind of got reworked a bit, but I think the problem with Pratchett as well, I think the problem with, no, that's not Pratchett, I know, the problem with Adams and Pratchett is that I think some of it is really hard to translate to television. I think some of it is quite a challenge, and, you know, there's probably some things you have to, because some of it probably only works in writing. I think Adams and Pratchett both have that, suffer from that same thing, that they've written stuff that works beautifully in the written word, but as an actual television program, it's probably quite challenging to get it to work. Right, so we need to get these right. So A, I think. We have a list here in the magazine. Are these the right size? Nope, they're not to scale. Let's put this here. A. This, I think, is B. Yes. Oh, yes, yes. Now, this is where you fall foul. That one loops over, but it's not clear to see, but it kind of loops over like that. But it's not obvious if you look at it. That one, I think, is... Hang on, let's just... There's some of the ones we can recognise. This one is... That one, I think. E. I think. That one is G. So that one's going to be D. I think. Yeah, D. This one is going to be C, you see? I think. That one is H. This one can only be F. Yeah, it's a little bit of mental gymnastics because some of the sections are curved. Curved. Towards. Curved. Right, so first of all we want A. Now if you're doing this part work yourself, do keep in mind that the Masons have changed it. They did issue when you make the first engine of the first wing, they got the order of these pipes wrong on the photograph, and in issue 16 and 29 they actually posted this with, I think, issue 29 that explains that it was wrong. They basically they may have used like prototype parts that didn't quite match the parts you got on the kit. So when you were trying to get this thing together, I tried it and I was like, we hadn't had that at that point when I did the first engine, and it didn't make sense because the pipes didn't fit, so I ended up having to cut some of them short and move some of them around and bodge it together a little bit. In the end, some of them were just hanging loose, but it doesn't matter because you're never going to see it. But yeah, so keep that in mind. I don't know what they've done to fix it since then. Bill's back. Welcome back. Big coffee. It's 3:15. We've got basically 3 hours to go, and I'm already on issue 47. I think we'll have this finished. I think we'll be finishing a bit early today. Right, so we need to do. This is where you might again want to use some glue because this is fiddly as nonsense. So piece A, which is this one, goes to that little hole there, and then up to that hole there. Theoretically, let's find out, shall we? It should go from this hole here, that hole there, beautifully. Yes, I don't know if they've corrected it since, but that first engine you built, the pipes just did not make any sense. And like I say, I think it's because they probably changed the pipe designs between prototype when they took some original photographs, and the final print. So I was trying to there was like one pipe I was gluing, it's like pipe C, so I'm trying to put it in place, and it wasn't long enough, but it was the one it showed in the instructions, and it also didn't go in. It was the wrong shape and everything. It just made no sense. Like a pipe was supposed to go along and up, and then instead it went over, and it was like, this is not what I'm trying to attach. This bears no resemblance to anything I'm trying to glue in here. I'm not going to glue these in yet in case I mess them up. F we want first. F, that one. These need to cross over now. It gets a bit weird. F is the bottom one and goes in there. Bottom one, you say? Ooh, F is not that one. F is that one. Is not that one. F. Oh, F. Nope, that's not that one at all. Maybe that's not F. Maybe I've got E and F the wrong way around. Hang on. Let's do an experiment. E is that one. Anyway, I have the same situation here. You never know. Oh, there we go. Right, so yeah, E and F, I've got them the wrong way around. It's very hard to tell from the photographs because you've only got a photograph from one point of view. Pictures and the instructions. And some of them with the wiggly curvy bits, you can't quite tell if it's a bit that goes under or goes over. Also, I hope you're not just in the back of my head all the way through this. I do apologise if you are. That needs to spin round. Go in there. Go, that's in. That's the other one popped out. This is why I was debating whether to glue them in as I went along, but I thought, no, I better not, because I'm just going to get one pipe wrong, and then it'll be sad factory time. I want to get them all in first. Now, G crosses over this one. Weird, this one. I've probably got these the wrong way around as well. That needs to come along like... I've got these the wrong way around. I've got G and H the wrong way around. There we go. Or at least I say that, but it could be that these photographs and these photographs don't match up. This is supposed to be H. Oh no, yeah, it's me, I got them the wrong way around. But it's difficult to tell because of the angles of the photographs. So take your time with these. Don't rush. You know what they say? If you rush, you just make an ass of you and me. No, that's not right. Yeah, so for dinner tonight, I think will be a repeat of the noodles from last night. See if we can get it without being messed up. Challenging one now. It needs to go in at an angle. Doing it in a way that's not pushing out all the other ones that I've just put in, because that will be annoying. Go in there. Another one of these pipes at a funny angle that you have to get exactly at the right angle to push it in, otherwise it won't go in. But you don't know the exact angle and you're at risk of snapping it. That's down, there you go. So that one you need to push down, not up forward. I was trying to push it forward. I shouldn't have done that end first, but there you go. What can you do? That bit's in, that bit's in. I think we're good to go on that side. Let's get these glued in. Let's, oh no, that one's come out. Get in the hole. Let's risk it for a biscuit. I'm a bit over generous with the glue here because I do need the glue to get rid of the paint and then get down to the bare plastic and glue it together. But it's pretty good glue at doing that. It's quite aggressive. And like I said before, you're not going to see this. You might see a little bit of wiring through the engine cowling. That's the most you're going to see. Don't worry too much. On this side now we have C and D. So C is there. D. D, senor. I can get it to go in. On the top. There's like some crud on the top there. Got like a nub right on the end. Quite annoying. There we go. It's quite a nice silver coating on these parts. It's a shame that you're just never going to see it. It's a shame that, you know, you'd have to repaint it because you'd have to so many bits to fix and seams to fill. You'd never leave it like this. It's quite a nice silver coating there. But you have to remember, for all its issues with accuracy and the paint job and stuff like that, like I've said many times, these part works aren't aimed at... That's the wrong part, isn't it? The wrong part. I've got these the wrong way around as well, I think. These part works aren't aimed at you and me, really. They're intended for novices who don't make models. They're intended for collectors who can't necessarily afford a studio reproduction of the studio miniature because they cost thousands, but they also don't have the skills to get a model kit and make a nice one. They're aimed at the kind of people that, you know, buy the Bismarck or the Golden Hind or whatever, all the different, because they do a lot of like wooden sailing boat type kits as well. those kind of things. Those kits aren't aimed at the people who actually make wooden sailing boats, because people who actually make actual wooden sailing boats kits wouldn't find anything of any interest in the DeAgostini ones, because they'd be like, well, that's not how you make a wooden boat. They're streamlined and simplified. So these are aimed at these are aimed at people who've got better grip than I have. Oh, better hand-eye coordination. They're aimed at the non-model makers, basically. They're just aimed at people who want a cool, great big X-wing that looks funky. And that's why, you know, you're getting some strange arcane build practices, and you're getting the pre-painted finish that's adequate but not the best. But they know that, you know, proper builders will get these kits as well. But they're not aimed at that. Their target audience is the kind of person that has never made a model and never will, but likes Star Wars and wants an X-wing. Right, so we have E and H. So E goes first into this one, I think. Sniffles, I do apologise. E goes first into... No, it doesn't. Oh. I said E goes first into there. There you go. What E does. It puts the pipe in the hole. No idea if these are actually sticking through the paint, but we'll find out. And then this, that. Down from above, we go. And then should. And there. Oh, they'll just pop out, never mind. Oh, flange. But yes, that's right. I will watch when I can, when it becomes available to us here who aren't in the US. I will watch the Watch series with interest, see how it does. I'll take it on its merits. I won't sit there and just go, well, that's not right, and that's not right, and that's not how that works. I'll accept it on its own merits and see. And then it'll either sink or swim based on whether it's fun and good and interesting to watch, not whether it's accurate or correct or not. Right, that was decidedly easier than it has been in the past. I'll be honest with you. Right, quick look at chat. Phil Lewis said something and then retracted it. Speedy Crate says, they're welcome, Spid. Talking of wooden boats, they wouldn't find them of interest. Here all week, try the fish. Khan 1701. Khan! Best film ever. Best film ever. He tasks me. He tasks me. I shall have him. Khan 1701 says, hello from East Texas. Great work. Thank you very much, Khan 1701. Nom. Swig of coffee. Survival. First order of business. Right, now we have to inseminate this. Inseminate? That's not even a real word. Insert. First we have to find the wing that I made a minute ago. There it is. Insertate this into the wing of happiness and enormousness. Line the power input like this. Yep. Yep. Like that, you see. And then that needs to go in there. So this bit goes into the engine cowling here. I remember this being a bit of a faff last two times. We shall find out if it's a faff this time as well, shall we? Yeah, that's right. Goes on that. That goes into that hole there. Apparently. It will, apparently. Go into that hole. It will fit. It's not a tumour. Put that in there first. There we go. You have to push the cowling and stuff into that, sorry, the engine bits into that cowling first, I think, and then you can slide it along. So that's, there's a massive peg that goes into this hole here. You have to get that bit under there first. XW01 screw. I need your clothes, your boots, and your XW01 screw. Yes. Come on, screw it in now. Screwing in, there we go. Nice and firm, firmulations. Quite a bit loud there, sorry. Firmtacity. And that is now in. And what you can basically see of the entire internal that we just built is yeah. And it's the same on the other engines. So all that stuff we've just built is there. I'll get my phone on it and you can see. Let me get a torch on it, hang on. Let me get a light source on it so you can see. Probably can't. All that stuff in there, you see that much of it. All those pipes, all that detail, you see that much. Of course, if you take the landing gear down, because these are lower, this is a lower ring, remember? If you put the landing gear down, if you can get the landing gear out, you don't see any of that because you see a little bit there. You see a little bit here, maybe, but there'll be a big landing gear there. And when you have the cover on here, you'll see about that much. So it is a shame that you've lost all that detail, but it's there vaguely. You can see shapes, but you won't see much. Which is why when it comes to painting this thing, I'm not going to take all that apart and take the engine out again. That's just going to get a blast of primer, a blast of base coat, and then a blast of various engine-y type soot and stain colours, just to make it look like a used engine in there. So yeah, it's a shame. I'm not going to take all that apart again and go to the trouble of painting this, because you're only ever going to see that. So I mean, I will paint that bit, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hi, Khan, fellow Texan. Khan says, yes, sir. And Lynn says, I'm a lady, but that's okay. Very polite. Texans are always very polite. This completes this stage. The wing engine assembly should now look like this. That's all done. I'm still worried about them screws. I'm not happy with them screws. I'm just going to try something. They were 04s, weren't they? Okay. Different 04. I've got a load of 04s left over. Oh, does not want to sit flush. Oh, we'll find out where that takes us later on. This concludes issue 46. There's a nice bit of picture on the back there of some swings and a destroyer, and some tiffeters, some taffeters and some swings doing the shooty. Kaboom! More comic book stuff. Right, that can go. I think that's Rogue Squadron comics. Next, move that over to one side. We shall have. Just about to work on part 46 now. Yes. Go slowly with the bits. Have you got yourself some of the stickety glue? Good. Right. Issue 47. We have TIE Interceptor. I like the TIE Interceptors. One of the first Star Wars models ever made was a TIE Interceptor. Looks fantastic. Wow. That, if you can see it, is a pyro model of a TIE Interceptor. It's basically a couple of wings with like a foam ball in the middle. Because the entire point of it was just to blow up. And it says the visual effects team could then combine the explosion with shots of the intact model so the cockpit appeared to be engulfed by a fireball. Cool. The stuff they used to get up to make these films. It's olden days. General Grievous. Thankfully, they show shots of him from the animated series, which is vastly superior to all the movies. They don't show anything from the movies, which is good because we don't discuss the movies. Lower starboard wing. In the vacuum of space, there is no conduction. The X-wing had to disperse excess heat through thermal radiation. Opening up the S-foils allowed heat to radiate from both sides, although this did not double the efficiency of the system because some of the radiant heat was recaptured by the opposing wing surface. Logical. Lower starboard wing. Go back on whipped up wings. I need the bits. This is issue 47. 47. Paging Mr. 47, Mr. Bob 47. Paging Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina. Looking good, Fox, says Lim. Thank you very much. I try my best. Oh, you mean the model? Yeah. Moving on. Now, many small parts here. Let me get my Coca-Cola tin lid. Carefully extricate these parts from their house, from their plastic carrying house. Make sure there's no bits left in there. There's many tiny parts in here. Many mahoney. There we go. Bag clear, room clear, open frag and Zulu on clear, on Zulu clear. Yeah. I found one of these in my in the box the other day with the rest of the bits. I don't know why that's sitting in the box behind me that's got the other wings in it. It seems to have potentially fallen off one of the other wings. I have to fix that, I suppose. XW02 screws. Into their new house they go. There we go. I like the fact you've got so many spare screws left over. If this was an IKEA object, I'd be worried about the spare screws. Because it's not, I'm quite happy about it. Right. Start with the plant-on details. This piece, this piece, this piece, and piece. Yeah, you see? Lovely. Right. First two parts together, logicating pin goes in the matching hole. There is a hole there, and there's a pin there. That pin needs to match up with there. Like the way they've done that, removes any confusions. Splunk, that bit's done. Press the parts together firmly. Well, I was going to press them together like faintly and feebly, but never mind. If you say firmly, I'll do it firmly. There you go, like Phil. I like to be sure of these things, so let's just squeeze the crap out of it. I'm going to repaint, so don't worry myself about it. Okay. That's in. That will now get a touch of the old gluings. Seeing as I've got one lying around in the box, I clearly should have glued that in place when I did that one, so may as well do this one as well. Again, I'm not worried about this air quotes paint job coming off. This air quotes paint job will be getting covered over at the end of the project. Next one is press the pin on the small D-shaped detail in this matching hole, which is the back of my head, sorry. I can't see. Glasses down. There you go. Now I can see. Yes. Spend money on a little drop-down visor for my glasses and then never use it and wonder why I can't see anything. I'm an idiot. Wanting to go in. Let's give it a helping hand, shall we? Oh, let's just snap that bit off there. Let's just fix that bit. I've just gouged. Dope. Yeah, not the end of the world. It's not snapped off. I can push it back on. There we go. Recovered nicely. It's not going in there. Let me try a different approach. Slightly more subtle approach this time, hey? There we go. No, we don't. Yes, we do. No, I think it's in. Better glue that bit on that I bent. I bent a bit. I bent the end. Oh, it's not quite gone in flush, which is weird. Oh, you don't make snapping noises. Make me nervous. There we go. I think that's as well as that's going to go in. So we'll just push that bit straight again and glue it back in place. Yeah, I bent that bit. Now, when it comes to painting this puppy, I may not necessarily paint it as red 5. So if I make a few bits here and there where I might snap something off or break it, I can add battle damage. I might do red 2.5. I did the last X-Wing I did, I made it red 2.5, which was piloted by inept pilot, famed and yet massively inept pilot Spanky Miglick. I did it for a joke. So if I make any like grievous errors with this, get what I did grievous. See, yeah. I can make it not an own X-wing. I can paint it like green 12 or something. Well, maybe not 12. I can make it part of Blue Squadron or Green Squadron. Who knows? I can make it up. Right, guys, in the chat, I'm putting stuff in the oven to cook. Give me a shout in half an hour, just in case, please. Plastic magic at the ready, sat, says Phil Lewis. Good girl. I'll take a plate, says Lynn. What you fixing, Spid? Cheeseburgers. Ooh, yeah. Lynn says she'll have a plate, please. Lynn says, I'm a misplaced Texan living in New Mexico. I'm trying to come back home, says Lynn. To a Carl 1701. Anyway, yeah, how are you doing, Carl 1701? Welcome to one of my streams. Not seen you around before. We know you're in Texas. We always ask the question of people watching. Have you ever danced with the... No, that's the wrong question. What bench and belly? What are you working on? If you're working on something, it doesn't have to be a model kit. It could be any creative thing. It could be a picture drawing. You could be writing a computer program. It doesn't matter. What creative thing are you working on right now? And belly, what have you had for your dinner? Or what are you going to have for your dinner? Right, so this is done. It needs to go on the back of tech wing. So bench and belly, Khan. What are you working on? And what are your plans for dinner? This now needs to go on there. Like that. Oh, it's only a tenuous link, that's why. It kind of pushes on but doesn't push on very well. It's probably just fallen off one of the other wings. I shall sort it later. I remember one of them was a bit loose. Oops. Now, take the upper skin, line it up with the wing root like this. Taking care not to trap the wires. There we go, that goes on there, covers that up, which is why I was quite happy to put that tape in there, because there's nothing going to get in there. It's not going to interfere with anything in that bit there, so that wire's not going to pop out accidentally. I wish I'd done that on the other two wings now, to be perfectly honest. I could go back and de-screw them. And we want XWO2 screws. Oops, Daisy. OF Fox Snappage. Oh, snappage. Yeah, snappage is fine. It was only a little plant-on detail, it doesn't matter. But that's the thing, if I do mess anything up, because I'm not beholden to painting red 5, although if I do get a figure from Shapeways, guarantees it'll look just like Mark Hamill. Because I'm not beholden to specifically paint red 5, I could do a custom paint job and just say it's an X-wing from a different squadron. It's going to have to be one with an R2 unit, of course. It's not like I could do it as Wedge with his R5 unit. Is it R5 unit he had? So I'm a bit knackered there. Although, to be honest, there's probably Shapeways alternative droid heads as well. So when it comes to the end of the project and I'm getting towards doing the painting, I will have a look through Shapeways and see what's actually available, because I'm sure somebody will release like alternative heads for the droids and stuff. And I think I have enough spare issues of 1, 2 and 3, copies of 1, 3 and 3 issues to redo the droid anyway. Separate the 3 cover plugs and sprue and press them into the 3 holes. Now you're going to see me do something you never normally see me do. Twist something off a sprue and not actually clean it up, because it doesn't actually matter for these bits. They're just cosmetic covers for screw holes, and I'm not gluing them in because I may at some point need to take them out again. They are pretty tight in there and they're not going to come out, but if I ever need to, I can pop that open. Assuming once I've finished and built and got it all assembled and everything works and the wings open and close and the lights go on and off, what I can do before I paint it is fill those and sand it down, get rid of the gaps, get some filler on there and seal them away and hide them. But not right now. Take the engine cover, foam mounting holes, and basically this is just a case of press it down. And this is where all that hard work on that silver metallic bit just disappears now. Bye bye silver bit that I'm never going to see again. Bit of manly pressulation. We're in. That is removable. I can take it off if I need to. It does sit a bit wibbly wobbly, but that's fine. You do end up with all these sort of screws, and the thing is, you can still see, I don't know what they're going to do here, is all these screws and things. I think there's stuff that goes in there, but I can't quite remember. I think there is. I've forgotten now. Anyway, yeah, that's that bit done. All that beautiful silver thing hidden away, never to be seen again. All those pipes that I spent ages gluing on. This completes the wing assembly for now. Therefore, we have finished issue 47. Let's put issue 47 away. 3 more to go. Cashier number 4, please. Still got one of them for blips left, so I'll put that there. Or shall I leave it? I'll leave it in there actually, because I might need that. Put it in that one over there. Right, issue 48. TIE Fighter Origins, the Jedi Starfighter. Now, I will, you know me, it's Clone Wars stuff, so we can ignore it, but, you know, like, I hate Revell. I hate Revell kits with a passion, for the most part. I don't like them that much, but, I've got to be honest, Revell do a kit of the Jedi Starfighter, and it's actually quite good. Bizarrely, it's this kind of version of it. It goes together well, it fits together well, there's no mould issues, there's no problems with it, and it actually looks quite good. So, reluctantly, although the figure that comes with it is kind of an abomination, it's like a big wibbly wobbly squishy plastic thing that's really hard to paint. Bizarrely, it's actually not a bad kit. So yeah, one of the very few reasonable Revell Star Wars kits. Here is Syndulla from Rebels, very good. Quasar Fire class cruiser carrier, yeah. Introduced in Rebels, and now you see it in that new game, Star Wars Squadrons. Lower starboard wing, and we're off. Let's get this one done. So this is issue 48. Let's get the bits. Oh, 48. Nearly there. Chris is back. Finished yet? We're back. You're back, Chris. Nearly finished. Nearly. Nearly, but not quite. Yes, Fox, the shapeways figure I got looks like Mark Hamill. Yeah. I suppose it doesn't really matter that much. But my plan will be that when it does come to paint... See, the only concern I've got right now is I want to obviously paint the cockpit. But once I assemble it all, I hope I can easily get it all apart again to get the cockpit back out. Or at least take the cowling off and the armour around it to be able to paint it easily. So we'll see. And I'm interested to see how the cockpit works. If the cockpit will be just black plastic with raised details pre-painted. Or whether you'll get, like in the Falcon, stick-on plastic detail, like big stickers that you can stick on the console to put all the little colours and details, because that's not actually a bad solution. What were these again? I didn't even look. XW02s. Because that's not bad then, because you can paint the cockpit and then stick the stickers on afterwards and seal them in so they don't come off. So I'm kind of hoping that, because the interior for the big Falcon looked quite good, to be perfectly honest. Uh-oh, a moderator has entered the chat. Fox, are you tempted by the Paragraphics cockpit mod? Apologies if you already answered this. I didn't even know there was one. I haven't looked, to be honest. But I've used Paragraphics before. I used Paragraphics cockpit set on my Mobius Colonial Viper, and they're really good, the Paragraphics set. Could the seam lines be sorted from ABS sprue goo? I don't know. I've never tried making sprue goo from ABS. You'd have to take a jar of this stuff and see if ABS melts in it. I assume it would. My computer's doing something. Oh, hang on a second, folks. One sec. I've just realised something. I just realised I hadn't paused Windows updates, but somehow miraculously the stream didn't fall over and crash. I assume we're still streaming. I hope we're still streaming. The computer was doing something. I don't know what. Never mind. It's all sorted now. All sorted and working now. Are we still streaming? I hope we are. There's also a cockpit tub mod that has all the pipes behind the headrest. You should check it out. I might do. I mean, I don't want to spend any money on it right now. But I think, hopefully, like I say, my big plan is that when this is all done, I can unassemble that part and take it all apart again and get the cockpit back out again. Hopefully without disassembling too much. I'm kind of hoping there's some modularity to this so I can get it all apart again, otherwise I'm a bit knackered. So yes, I don't know. I'll have to get some of this and try making sprue goo. $44. Yeah, I might give it a try. We'll see. I'll see how it goes. Yeah, I've never tried making it with ABS. But it's not like we've got a lot of ABS left over. We've got a few little tiny pieces. So I don't know where you'd find a lot of ABS. That's the only downside. And ABS can vary because ABS can contain some polystyrene, no polystyrene, lots of polystyrene, or zero. So you'd kind of want to make sure you had the same plastic from the same thing. Like you could use like leftover spruce from Gunpla in ABS, but the ABS mix might not be exactly the same, and it might not then weld or stick very well. So I don't know. I think any filling of seam lines I think is going to have to be filler basically, and I hate doing filler. Filler. All the parts provided are used in this stage. Wait, have I? Hang on a minute. Missing something? Thought I was. Yes, I'm missing my laser cannon. I forgot about my laser cannon. I need that bit now. I'll put that over there on the side, just safe. Big fat laser cannon. Repainting this spiral is going to be a right pain. Painting spirals is hard. So, what we need to do is get the wing. It has photo etch with holes and decals and ABS greeblies. I shall have a look. I say I'll probably get to the end of the build first, and then because it's going to be a massive paint project. This. It may well be that when I get to the end of it, I can't take it apart. There's no feasible way for me to paint it on this bench, and I might be like, okay, we'll paint it again one day, but not right now. Right, so outer edging strip. There are 3 pins on the underside, which is that one. 3 pins on the underside, 1, 2, and little one. And there are matching holes, 1, 2, and little one. I think it's that way. Let's find out. Oops, no, not that way. That way? Yes, it's that way. 1, 2, there, and that one there. Pushing it in now, sir. Ping, and it pops out. Yay! There's no way to permanently attach that in, I don't think. I think it just stays in place through the grace of God. You can still see some screws in there, which is a bit of a shame. But then again, you're going to see it. You're never going to see it from kind of that angle, or from that angle. You might not ever see those screws. One would hope, anyway. I need some different pliers. I need Tamiya nippers because they are great for pushing things in. I'm using these because, like the other ones, they've got little rubbery handles, so the metal stops about here. So they're great for like the great dibbers to just dib things in, push things in place. It's not the most solid of attachments in there. You probably could pull it out, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going anywhere. Okay, the inner edging strip, which goes this way around, which is that way. Hello, it's moving by itself. It's possessed. Press its pins into 3 fixing holes. It should look like this. Okay, so same again. Put this end in first. It slides under there. This way around, it's easier to get to. Fiddly times, fiddly times, fiddly times. Fiddly times, boom. There we go. You have to kind of put that end in, same with that. Just slot it underneath first, and then you can push it down. Pushing it down, pushing it down, pushing it down. Please don't snap. Boom. Super match game. There you go. So that's in. There we go. I think it's in as far as it's going to go. Excellent. That one keeps pinging. I think we'll live with it. From a company called 3D Falcon Parts. Fox, are you going to do the fibre optic mod that Chris is doing on his X-Wing? No. I don't do lighting and electrics. literally, if a kit comes and it's got some bits of wires and some bulbs like this, I'll do them bits, but I have no interest or desire or skill in doing any kind of lighting or electrics. And at the end of the day, keep in mind I'm getting this for free, so I'm quite happy not to spend any money on this at all if I can avoid it. Aside from, you know, the basic paints and things, I'm quite happy not to be spending any money on it. So, not just at the moment. Right, so now take the laser cannon and fit the plug on the end of its wire through the hole near the wingtip. So this needs to go that way. With the, oh, I see. Of course, because that's wire number 5, and this is wire. It's all making sense now. Why I shouldn't have taken the plugs off, the stickers off the damn wires. Of course, I'm still going to get this damn sticker through here. Root thought, there you go, there you go, lad, there you go. Feed it through, feed it through. Coming through now, sir, coming through now, Khan. They go into the holes, that sits there. That's the right way around. Then we need 2 XW02 screws. Can I pick up one? Yes. Can I get it the right way up? No. Where did it go? Where did that screw just go? There it is. Little tinker. Fell off. No, it's just full. Sorry, back of my head. Sorry about that. Right. The screw is knocking me now. Get this in place. My concern about that piece not fitting yesterday, being the wrong way around, seems to have been alleviated. It seems to look fine. It was suggested that the instructions were wrong. It seems they were. Yeah, so we'll wait and see what the disassembly will be like for the, because I don't know how that's going to all go together yet. I'm hoping that I can easily disassemble the fuselage and get the cockpit back out again. It'd be great if the cockpit just goes like it'd be great if you could build the entire fuselage and the cockpit just goes flump into it and you put a couple of screws in, because then it'd be easy to remove and I can paint that separately. I'm hoping that you get flat panels and then stickers to go over the front with all the details and fascia and instrument panels and stuff on it, because then that makes life a lot easier for me. I suspect that won't be the case. Okay, so that's on. Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. We've missed a screw. Fox might even add them to his Amazon channel. What am I adding to my Amazon channel? It needs to be something that's obviously sold on Amazon. If it's something on Shapeways or from Paragraphics, it's probably not on Amazon. I'll add it to my shop. If you need to pick stuff up, by the way, from Amazon, before you do, don't forget, of course, it's Black Friday in a couple of days. I do have 3 Amazon storefronts. There are links in the description below. There's the US, UK, and one in Canada. If you need to pick something up for your model making hobby or even other bits and bobs, go and have a look at my Amazon links. As an Amazon associate, I do earn on selected items. Doesn't cost you anything, but I do earn an income from some selected items. Have a look and see. If you need to pick something up, pick it up from my Amazon store. Use those links. It helps this channel out massively and doesn't cost you a penny. And if you need stuff adding for Black Friday, it doesn't matter. It could be a pencil, it could be a sleeping bag, it could be a dog bed, it could be a car. I don't care. If you need something adding that you're going to go and pick up off Amazon, drop me a note, send me an email, contact me on Facebook, however you want to do it. Say, Fox, here's a link to this thing. Can you add it to your store? I'll add it. You can order it, and you're helping out this channel buying something that you were going to buy anyway. It doesn't cost you anything. It just really helps me out. This needs to now be added to this. Take the socket on the end of the wiring on the channel. That needs to come out again. Yeah, check out the links in the description below this video. Go in there like that, you see. Pins to the front. Yeah, that's now connectinated. And you have to magically now make it fit back in the hole it was in a minute ago by some sheer magicalness. frankly is nonsense, but there you go. That can go there. Push that back down there like that, you see, like that, and this metal bit, yeah, lovely. Need to make sure this paper doesn't stick up because it'll get in the way of the plastic that goes over the top. This wire here is obviously evil and can be just consigned to the... I need some tape, don't I, basically, is what I need. That was the least straight lines I've ever cut in my entire life. I managed to cut 2 not straight lines, and they were both equally shonky in the same kind of angle. Terrible fox. Idiot. You're an idiot of the highest order, and we love you for it. Well, that needs to sit down so it doesn't get in the way of the plastic that's going to go over the top, and I don't think it will. That's why I don't like this. I don't like this bit of wire that sticks up. It gets in the way of the bit that goes over the top, which doesn't sit flush very well by itself anyway. Okay. Before we put that bit on, let's do a test. Where's me glowy bit? Hang on. Where's my testing box? Right, folks, where did I put my testing there? Where, I put it down somewhere. I don't know where I put it. Hang on. Go back in the box. Hang on. Try it. Come by. Where's my testing box? I had it literally in a place. Unfortunately, I've got no memory of where that place actually is. I need to test the lighting. There it is. Yeah, I found it. Right, so theoretically, Quanaman is in. Hey, Quanaman. JK. What is an S-foil? This is an S-foil. It's the wing. X-wing wing, basically, is an S-foil. I can't remember why it's called an S-foil. There's probably a backwards compatible method. Right, so we'll just double check before we do anything. Check the engine light works. There you go. Cool beans. And let's, I don't know if this will work, but we'll find out. Glad I don't have to make another laser cannon just yet. Yes, I think that's working. Yes, laser cannon also working as planned. Wiring not destroyed. Happy times. I didn't want to put this cover on because once this cover goes on, it's really hard to get it off. Don't cover the number, Fox. Nah, it's in now. It's in now. Right. Once this goes on, and this will not fit very well at all, I can guarantee you that right now. It will not fit flush. Every single one of these I've put on, it's been wibbly wobbly. That wire there is not helping me out at all. I can see it becoming an issue. It's on. Let's move it back a bit. I need to go flatter. Flatter! As my Mancunian brothers would say, flatter! Alright, make it flatter. Well banging in it, well banging. There is annoying, but we'll pull that away from there. Bit of tape, right? Oh, well, nice. Hey, model looks very good. Yes, says JK. Thank you very much. It's huge. Big chicken. Right, let's see if we can tape this down. It's quite tricky. I want to get it on the flat bit and not on any of the raised detail parts. But I haven't got a piece of tape big enough. Let's get that on there. For a moment. That's a useless piece of taping there, folks. Absolutely useless. I should have done this on the other wings, really, and I didn't. Well, I did not know. That needs to be taped there. I just want this tape to sit down, basically, and shut up. This wire, sorry. Because on all the other wings I've done, the cover does not sit flush. And it may well be because of this wire, I don't know. I want to make sure it's not sticking up on top of any of the little nubs or anything like that. I want it as flat as possible because once this goes on, I can't get it off without breaking it. Let's give it a go. And there we are. Like the other wings, it does not fit flush. Oh well. I've kind of got used to it by now. It's the one bit of this whole design that does not seem to sit well. Thankfully those screws there haven't done any harm. They've not got in the way, which is good. But this bit, it's not too bad on this wing. Not exactly flush. You can see a little bit sticking up on there. You can't really see it on camera, but it sticks up a little bit there. It's not so bad. It was quite egregious on some of the other wings. There's only two other wings. I said some. It's not so bad. It kind of sticks out a bit there. Yeah. It's not like I can easily glue it down because what I could do, I could get glue in there and tape it down. But that's something for me to think about another time anyway, because I've got the other wings to sort out with that as well. But that's actually fitting better than on the other two wings. Still sticks up there a little bit. But it's impossible to get this off, because if I try and take this off, you end up snapping half the pegs off anyway. So what might have to happen, it might be a case of as much glue as I can get in that gap, push it down, clamp it in place, and hope that there's enough contact between various bits and bobs that it will sit down and stay down. There's lots of little mold release ejection pin marks there as well that need sorting out. Thanks, Obama. Right, so that's that. It doesn't actually show you sticking the laser cannon on the end, but I'll stick that on. Spid, check your burgers. Yes. Gently apply the cannon. Gently. Be careful of these little plastic parts here. I'm going to do this off camera so I can see what I'm doing. 1 second, folks. Go that way. Somehow. I'll be with you in a second, peeps. Oh, do it the right way, it might help, Fox. There you go. That's frustrating. Hang on, I've got to kind of balance 5 different things now. I don't want to pull this fibre optic out too far. I need to put out a bit. Go. There, that can go on there. Hello, Mama Fox. Go on there. Get up. You know what? I'm not going to add this on now. I'll put it on now. Put it on later. Oh, there we go. Now it works. There we go. And that's the laser cannon added. So now you get a feel for the size of this puppy. Yeah, and that's the lower wing. So you'd see it like this normally. So you can see the paint job, although it's the Shonky factory paint job, which is not the best in the world. To our standards, this needs improving. But to your average Joe, once you have this and 3 other wings and the entire fuselage, it'll probably look quite impressive, even with the Shonky factory paint job. It'll probably look pretty good. Now, let's get that off again. And what I need to do is put that tape back. If you wonder, I've got a piece of tape over the end, it's to stop the fibre optic falling out. Because that fibre optic falls out and it's a pain in the bum to get back in there because it gets stuck on that bit in the middle. There you go, that's that. This completes the whole of the wing assembly, which you need to store safely until it's time to do more. I'm going to put this wing in the box. Hallelujah. 3rd wing. 1 more wing. And that box is now full of wings. There's no more space for it. I need another box now already. Right, swig of coffee. I'm not sure what comes next now. That's issue 48. We've got 2 more to go, and we are on 4:10. Ooh, not bad. And I've not even had to go for a wee yet. Right, so we've got issue 49. Oh, I spoke too soon. Ugh. We're making another laser turret, aren't we? Oh well, never mind. Issue 49. We've done the 3rd wing and now we're straight into the 4th wing. Not good. Never mind. Anyway, TIE Fighter Origins, the V-Wing Starfighter. That looks like something out of like Half-Life 2. If that was like 2 eyes and that's the legs and it walks like... Moving on. It's more Clone Wars nonsense, so we're not really interested in that. Yeah, Revell's model of that is surprisingly a good model. I do recommend it. And it's very rare that I ever recommend anything by Revell. Some Clone Wars nonsense. There's nothing on that page. There's just blank. Blank. Yeah, more blank stuff. There's nothing on here at all. Completely blank page. Right, let's go make a laser cannon, shall we? Laser cannon. Well, remember, peeps, thanks for taking them out, and they're done to perfection. There you go. You can always trust the chat to make sure your burgers come out nice. Come out right nice. Right. Issue number 49. Now, there will be a little bit of painty required here. I think, if I remember correctly. And by painty, I don't mean like proper hardcore painting. I mean, you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean in a minute. And I'll do that bit first to get it out of the way. Get out. Bit there, that bit there. What I need to do, and I'm going to actually jump ahead to issue 50. Yeah. Because, did I say because? I was very middle class. Because, as a normal person would say. I used to have a teacher at school that would say because. But he'd also say personal stereo, and he'd say Kenya. Because he lived in Kenya for a while, and he'd call it Kenya. He was that kind of generation where Kenya was called Kenya, and a personal stereo, back in those days, was a personal stereo. And I'm like, you're an idiot. You're truly an idiot. He was very, very upper class and old. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. I'm going to put them bits back in there carefully and put it there. Because what I need to do... No, I better get those bits out, hadn't I? Otherwise I'll just get lost. Fibre optic cable. La 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 la. Wires. We've got so much done in the last 3 hours. This is now where it takes me 3 hours to just get one bit assembled. I'll get these bits out. But there's something I need to do first. Before we do any assemblations. And that is... Get me sen. I got me sen a bottle of black primer. And I gave it a damn good shake. I'm shaking. Yeah, this is not one with stirring bowls in it. Ooh. Right. And then the brush, an old crappy brush that I can destroy and burn and destroy. Let me find an old brush. Old brush. What's that secret you're keeping? An old brush, that is an old brush that will suffice. Have an old brush. At some point, I've sprayed something gold. I don't remember ever spraying anything gold. I need a piece of plastic or throwaway card. This will suffice. I've used it before, as you can tell. I'm going to put my painting mat down temporarily. Put that there. Now, it does actually tell you to do this in the instructions, which is pretty good. Right, so I've got my scruffy painting mat because I will make spillage. I'm hungry now, says JK. I'm starving. I'm ravenous. And if they mess up my Chinese ordering tonight, I'm going to be really sad. Right. Is that proper chips, Lynn? I'll take more. Lynn says, I'll take mine with mayo and ketchup only, anti-veggie with chips. Is that proper chips, Lynn? Are we English-ifying you? And Lynn says chips/fries. Lynn, you just called fries chips, and that's 10 points. You get 10 points for calling them chips and not correctly. What we want to do, I think, remember, we want to paint these bits in here, because this is where the LED goes for the laser cannons. Not even on camera. This is where the LED goes, and you will get some light leak through this plastic because it's reasonably transparent. Now on the engines, you've got the little reflector bit that covers all that up. But on here, you don't. And if you don't do this, you'll just have the red laser light glowing through the plastic. Now, you don't need to be neat, you don't need to be tidy, you don't need to really care about this too much. You just want to get a layer of... You can use primer. I'm using primer here because it's the convenient thing I've got right next to me, and it's black and it's very opaque. You can use paint if you want. You don't have to use primer. But of course, primer is designed to stick to plastic, so it's going to have a better time sticking to this plastic than a paint would. Primer is much better suited to light blocking. And I'm doing this from memory, so I'm hoping this is the bit I need to do. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit embarrassing. Get that there. I'm going to get a piece of tissue. I'm going to need to do 2 coats of this. So if you give me a second, what I will need to do is I'm going to have to activate the hairdryer of blowiness, and it does make a lot of noise. So I'm going to turn off the microphone while I do this. I'm also going to plug it in, which would also be a good start. Or who's sending me emails? You've won the lottery. That would be great. No. Okay, right. So I'm going to turn the mic. In fact, no, I'll leave the microphone. It's not that loud, but you'll hear me hair drying. So I can't. I'm not anywhere near the screen right now. Right. Hang on. I've got to. Ooh, wires. Ugh, who invented wires? Why can't everything be wireless? Right. Let's give it a go. Oh, dust smell. Oh, not used this for a while. Non-specific tune to avoid copyright issues. La 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 la. Silly, 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 silly spider. Never was there such a silly spider. So that's one. This is another reason why I like using this UMP primer. It dries really thin and smooth. It don't get all clumpy and lumpy, and also it's acrylic, so it dries quickly. You can hair dryer it. Hello, Mama Farts. I'm drying something. Nearly there. Dry. Come on, dry now. Right, that's the first round. Now, whether you use a paint or primer like I've done here, you will want to do more than one coat. You probably don't need to, but just to be safe, you want to do more than one coat, because the whole point is you're light blocking. You're making it an opaque surface so that the paint can't get through. And that's, like I say, one of the reasons I like this primer to do this with is it's idiot proof. It dries really, it self-levels beautifully, so it becomes really smooth and doesn't get into all the little nooks and crannies and make lumps and bumps. Some paints will just be lumpy, horrible messes, and you'll suddenly find things don't fit together. But it also dries super quick, and you can hair dryer it super quick. Oh, an extra 5 points for the use of mate. We'll start you on Cockney slang with Colin next week. Now, it'd be better if we didn't educate Lynn how to speak like a southern ponce. If we make her speak like a northern monkey like me, up in these reet, lass. Up in these reet. Gradely. Right. It's about 9:20 AM in New Mexico. I've been up since 5 AM watching Fox. Oh, Lynn, thank you very much. You got up early just to watch this nonsense. US and UK, 2 good countries there, right in my heart. Thank you very much, JK. We are the best. You're not bad either. We're pretty awesome, and America's not far behind. Hey people, says I'm Skyzy. If people there is health metabolism, what? Is that a spam comment? Oh, I'm going to have to remove you from chat, Skyzy. Keep an eye on you. Right, next load of drying. I'll leave the microphone on again because I can't be bothered turning it off. 1 second. In fact, folks, give me 1 minute. I've just got to quickly do something. I'll put you on. Be right back in a second. 1 moment. Sorry about that, folks. Just to give Mama Fox a hand with something there. Where are we up to? I'm letting this dry on. Right, hair dryer time. Where's my? There it is. 1 second. I also went for a great big wee while I was there as well. So 2 birds, 1 stone. That's that one. that'll do for now. We've got a little while before we need it, so got some drying time to go. But there you go, that's now hopefully all being well, light blocked. I don't care about that brush, so that brush can just be thrown away. Yeah. Goodbye, brush. I'll just get that thing off there. Yes, it's always good to have some scruffy brushes lying around. For various things like dry brushing and things like that, but it's also good to have scruffy brushes that are beyond even that, just for things like that, throwaway purposes, like I need to quickly prime something or paint something. So there we go, that's them two done. We can put them to one side for the moment. Last warning, Skyzy. Paul's in at Team Inept. He's got the ban hammer. Clearly Skyzy was just spamming messages, so have a look. Yeah, didn't last long. Yes, don't try doing spam messages, you'll last like 2 minutes. If you're watching my streams, let's get rid of this. If you're watching my streams, then join in the conversation by all means. Oh, hang on. Put that back down there, there we go. Because that's what we're here for. But yeah, spam messages will last about 2 minutes. Paul wasn't probably... Oh, look at that. I didn't even remember that clear bit. I'm going to put that in there. Luckily, I didn't lose that somehow. Yes, Paul, I wish I had a ban hammer. I could have stopped her. Team Inept. I know, so rubbish that we still have to get Senor Dingleberry to do the actual final ban. Bad design. Oh, can I do that? I need to do that now, actually. Let me do that now quickly on... Okay, Paul, do me a favour. Just find that person's channel and send me a link to it in Facebook, and I can't, because they won't be in chat later on if you kick them off. Where are we? Anyway, what's next? It's just spam message. It doesn't bother me. It's just spam messages. They don't last very long. Never understand that. The people that think go to all the effort of doing spammy comments, it's like, really? What's the point? You just get kicked out. Right, so we need to take this, and we need to take the shoulder. Gentlemen, find your shoulder. And we need to take the larger end of the shoulder all the way into the striped laser cannon tube. Yes, you can hide the user, yes, but I need to permanently remove them, but I can't do that if I can't see their comments. So, oh, that was harsh, wasn't it? 1 sec, I'll do it on this desk over here and wobble the camera. There we go. Oh, that made you wobble, did it? That's in. That ain't going nowhere. Give me 1 second, folks. Just do something. One momentous. I shall be but a moment. Do not worry yourselves.
I've teamed up.
I can't do anything with that person's channel because you've hidden it, so never mind. Don't matter. They won't be back. Anyway. Jacket. Onto the thinner end of the jacket. There we go. Now this is where it'll be firm as anything or wobbly as anything. And I'll be sad. In one. Oh, that ain't never. Oh, yes, there we go. Like the first wing I did, that was wibbly wobbly, wibbly wobbly, this joint here. The first wing. The second wing I did, it was a lot tougher. And on the first wing, I had to put loads of tape around that plastic jacket and super glue it. That ain't going nowhere. That's proper goodly attached now, that is. Happiness, happiness. Right. So we need this piece. And we need this piece here. detail with a matching slot in the thingy dude, and that goes like that there. That's that bit. This needs to attach to matching holes in the laser cannon housing, which is this bit here. That, yeah, and kaplunk. Now you have to be really careful of these little spines, these tubes. If they snap, you're a bit knackered. I have some spares, thankfully, but yeah. Now they have little tabs that go into two little holes down there. Make sure to push those in. You could glue them, but I'm not. Fox is sad when it's too firm or too wobbly. I'm very picky. Link to channel sent to Messenger. Thanks, Chris. I seem to have successfully printed a 187 scale Mercedes Sprinter van. Exciting. Cool. Can you also print, like, 3D print a fat guy with a replacement tyre? Because, like, whenever I get, like, replacement tyres, it's always a Mercedes Sprinter van in really bad condition. There's always a fat bloke that comes and does it. Whoa. Okay. That's the entire assembly for issue 49. That was pants, wasn't it? Issue 49 complete. Okay, the final issue for today. We've got all the bits ready. Yes, gentlemen, have your bits ready. JK says, now do a 1-to-1. Yes. Paul's new to the 3D printing thing. I think he's enjoying it. I've just finished them with ketchups as spid, and they were bloody lovely. Made up for the highly disappointing Wimpy last week. Oh, don't say that about Wimpy ever. Don't ever say that again. Otherwise, I'll storm off my own stream. I don't like beans. Can I have spam instead? Well, if you want egg, chips, and beans, if you want to replace beans with meat, that's never a problem. Because beans are like the garnish. Whereas meat is like the... Who's sending me emails now? That's not the phone with emails on it. Apparently I've just had a delivery by Hermes. Well, apparently 16 minutes ago it was with my local Hermes depot, and now it's delivered. Apparently. I think that might be something from eModels. I think it might be my eModels Christmas live show build. Yes, we've planned what our live shows are going to be for Christmas this year for eModels. That's the Thai Advanced version 1 from Rebels. Poe Dameron, jolly good. That looks nothing like the actor that plays Poe Dameron. Way to draw somebody and make it look nothing like the person you're actually drawing. Insane. That looks a bit better, but it's still not much. Again, looks nothing like him. Meh. Anyway, upper port laser cannon. Po, says Paul at Team Out. Yes, Poe Dameron. Fold, you swine. Sounds like a cool model, though. Good times. So, we have to build the laser generator and the laser cannon. Das ist ein Kanon gefahren with the shooting and the glowing. Ja, das ist richtig. Right, so we need to get the where's my end piece? There it is. Now this is the real shame on this. That the silver and the gold on these parts is beautifully painted. It's fantastic. That's, you know, it's so beautifully painted that there's a nice crisp demarcation with the silver and the gold. We couldn't paint that well if we tried. It comes out fantastically. It looks brilliant. That is awesome. And you're not going to see any of this ever again. It's such a shame. Right. Fiddly lighting time. To fit this into the hole here. But, so we want some tweezers really. Grab it by the metal bit on the end, because what you need to do is push that into the thole, but then you've got to push it, really push it down into the hole to jam it in place. And you've got to be careful what you grab hold of, because you can't do too much on the metal, the black part, because that's the metal connector. You don't want to knacker it or damage it or break the wires. But if you don't push that through far enough, it'll just pop out again. And if you've already assembled the entire gun by that point, you're going to have a sad. So yeah, if you watched the last time I did this, I had to take it all apart again. I bet Kevin could paint that well, the Git. Kevin, our friend Cy Reynolds, who's a Golden Demon winning painter. Yeah, he probably could. Gently push the LED into the hole so its shoulder sits on the rim and its tip protrudes from the end cap. It's almost pornographic. Fit the halves of the forward generator bulb. Straight back to business, never mind. Fit the halves of the generator body, which is that one here. See, there's lovely. I think that's just symmetrical, is it? It needs to be. Oh, look at that big great nub mark. Don't care because I'm never going to see it again. Wait, hang on. Which way does this go together now? So it needs to go that way. Not exactly straight away self-evident, but that way. I see. I think. Yes. There's a little tiny notch there. There needs to be that end. So that goes there. And then falls off. Brilliant, brilliant. It's great, it's brilliant. That goes there. No. Braining. Braining's hard. And there is a little key in there, so I need to make sure that lock on one end is correct, and it's that way. These two little nobulations need to be at this end. And to make sure that goes through the gap there, it doesn't get stuck on the pin. But that needs to go together like that. All that farting about then was to try and figure out which way around this needs to go. Because it's not straight away dead obvious which way around this needs to be. That goes together. You have the two dots here, this end. And then that key, that lock and that key go together. But that will not guarantee that this one will get pushed out, so do not push that back in, otherwise you've got to take all this apart again. Yeah. Go back to Podameron, damn it. You can have crappy Podameron that doesn't look like Podameron. There you go. That looks like, I don't know who that looks like. It looks nothing like Podameron. Neither does that. That's the one that looks closest, but only like to about there. That looks like the actor whose name I can't remember. Then you get to, yeah, no, oh no. He's blown it. He's blown his trousers. There you go. Right, so we've got this doohickey here now done. We need to take the toothpaste tube lid, feed the central union over the other end of the wire. Nope, that's not right. I'm looking at the wrong one. This way. Through Thole there. Get in Thole, get in Thole. Oh, yes. And then that little key needs to go into that lock. They call it nub and slot, but I call it lock and key. I've got to carefully push these together without jamming the bulb back inside, which isn't going to happen. That's not going to happen. Why is this being an awkward puss? Come on. You can go further than that. There we go. Clickety bong. In you go. Nothing's wrong. I don't know what clickety bong means. I just made that up. Then this piece goes on here. Push the end cap into the central union. Central union? This is nonsense words I'm just making up now. Ensuring the wire coming out through the groove in the unit. So you've got the groove there. Key, lock. And that needs to come out of that groove there. So wire through there. Lock, key, splond, done. Push the two halves of the rear generator body and fit the internal pins into the matching sockets. There we go. Beautiful. I love that. I do like the look of that. It's like a sonic screwdriver. Ah, Poe, that's better, says Paul. You should always be careful where you grab it. Thanks, Spid. I'm now thawing out 2 burger patties. The mind reels at what is being planned for the Christmas live build live stream. you can probably make an educated guess as to what it's going to involve. Align the slot in the thick end of the rear generator body. Hello, I've got the thick end. He's got the thick end again. Oh. Now, being careful not to do that with the palm of my hand, which is what I did last time, and push the bulb back in. I'd take this all apart again. That was fun. Get in, you little... Oh. Gently does it. Very tight fit, as you can obviously tell. Oh, by heck. Let's get it out again. Oh, snappity doo-dah. It's a very tight fit. Probably the layer of paint doesn't help. Oh, cracky Riley. Twat it with pliers. There you go. You're never going to see it. Doesn't matter. Plenty of it. Flood the cowling. It's not going to be a bit of filing here, I think. Oh, I can't get it off now. Oh. Let's get this off again. Hello. Can't get it off now, Mum. Oh, there we go. Right, that is annoying. It's a massively tight fit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shave that paint off. Shave your paint off. Shave your paint off. Yes. Just to widen that lock a little bit. Just in case that's what's causing me the problems. Also little grips there. Now I don't want it to be too loose, I'll get rid of one of them little grips. If that's any better. Never going to come apart. Oh, nearly pushed the bulb in with the palm of my hand then again. Oh, there you go, perfect. It was just the paint layer that was stopping it going together properly. Often with stuff like that, it can just be a simple micron of paint that causes you fit problems. Take the completed generator together with all the remaining parts from issue and stage 49. I think Fox is acting like it's hard. No, for me it really is hard because I'm an idiot. It says there, you paintify the doobie dips. It says expert tip or absolutely necessary tip. Let's just be honest. So we've done that bit. I might give this another quick blast with the hairdryer just because it's still got a little bit of shiny. Give me 1 second. Do this as quickly as possible. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah, I think that will suffice. Also, we must now apply this one with the. Must apply the laser generator with the half supplied in issue 49. That doesn't help me. Just tell me it's the half that we stuck the other bit on. That'll help me. So this needs to go thusly. Rods, holes, however you want to explain it. Where's the hole for the wire? Let's see. That goes in there. Like that, you see? Slots in nicely. My first X-Ring, like and subscribe. And you need to make sure the wire is sticking out of there like that, you see? Feed the wire through that little holy hole. Holy hole! Then that doesn't stick together very well. Because moron. Then what you need to do is take this piece here, see, there's lovely, and that goes over that. Seals that end. Seals the deals. Now there is a big seam line there that again later on down the road we'll have to fix when we come to painting it. And again, I'm not sure how I'm going to do that without just using fillers. It may just have to be filler time. Filler time! Okay. So, now what we need to do is, I'll quickly just test that light's working. This isn't part of the instructions, but I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, I looked at the bulb, look. Oh, I looked at the bulb and I'm blind now. Blind, can't see a thing. That's that bit. We need to... It says to put the fibre optic in here first, but if you do, you'll have a big fibre optic handout that will just fall out every 2 seconds. What I will probably suggest is doing that anyway. Put it in there. It rests against the LED, but don't push it too hard, otherwise you'll push the LED in. It's going to fall out, but we'll slide this over. Now I need to put this on here. See, it comes out. It's easy just to I don't know. That there. You will fight with this a little bit. You go there. Like that puzzle on the beat, on the game on the thing where if you touch the sides it buzzes at you. Now what you need to do, there are... Is that the right way? Yes. There are 2 holes in this cowling here for these 2 rods to go into. See, it falls out every time. There's 2 holes for these 2 rods. Now I would suggest, before you do this bit, take your sharp knife and just widen them a little bit. It may seem strange, but trust me, they barely fit through these holes. And if you don't line it up exactly right, the rod will go like that and snap. And you don't want this to snap. So to be safe, just widen the hole a little bit. Once it comes down to painting time, we can always go ahead and glue those in place if we need to. Not a problem, because like once this is assembled, we're never going to have to take it apart again. So slowly slide them together. They don't quite line up properly. They never will. They're always a little bit out of place. First time. Got to be careful. You don't want to snap them. Snap them, you're knackered. There, we're in. Remember, they are pegged down here as well, which helps them stay a bit in place. So if you can avoid having to take this bit off as many times as possible, just avoid it as much as you can, you'll be fine and dandy. Now, so that can go in there. You don't need to put that bit in first at all. You kind of do to find the hole. It's hard to get it through the hole, but that's in. It's not fixed in place. Now the next bit is theoretically you have to feed it through the barrel assembly. Good luck with that, because it's going to get stuck halfway along. You watch. Every time. I'll take it out. You watch this, right? You push it down, it sticks. Oh, apart from that time it didn't. Oh, shut up, Fox. Oh, do you know, it's making a right liar of me. Every other time I've done this, that just slides on there. Every other time I've done this, it's got to there and it's gone bing and stuck against that little lip, and it's just been a nightmare to get it to feed through, except now when it's worked like a charm. Gimp. Right, so let's do the next bit. These 2 pieces here, this end piece. Mr. End piece. Now this needs to go like that. I know this is normally a political free zone, but apparently Nicola Sturgeon's declared that Jaffa cakes are decidedly biscuit-like. How very dare she? So wrong. It says cakes in the name. I mean, if ever there was any doubt, it actually says the whole last word cake in the name. Jaffa cake. Okay, so it says you want to put this a bit in first. I do concur with this. You want to slide this fibre optic down this tube. You want to try and get other hand here. You're right-handed. Try it with the right hand. It might be easier. Slide the fibre in there first. That can go in there. But before it can go in there, it needs to go together with this one. So just on there. Come on now. In you go. Don't be giving me no nonsense now, no nothing either. No, 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 no. Come on. Oh. No, the whole thing's come out now. Oh. I'm never going to... No. See, it's sticking halfway now. I knew it would do that. Everything was going so well, and then these two pegs and holes didn't want to join up. Like Gimpatrons that they are. Now they line up like absolute tarts. Can't get the staff. Take this bit off. Right, do it the easy way. It sticks halfway now. Look, see, it's going to be an arse now. I'm not going. And you have to fart around because you're trying to get. There we go. A very flexible, long thing through a tiny hole. It's very rude of saying all those words there. That can then go in there. You've got to then figure out how to get it down that second tube there. There we are, we're in. And that pings out the end there. Now you do get a clear piece that goes on the end here, but I'm not putting that on now. I've actually got them stored away in my screw box because they don't stay in very well. I do not recommend at all that you attach them until you've finished everything else. You're going to put it on display and you can quickly PVA glue them in place if you want the clear piece on the end. Just stops the fibre optic coming out. I would use some canopy glue or clear PVA to stick them in place. But I would personally leave that to the very end until you're about to put it on display on your shelf. There is, get this down here now. Get this through the hole. And we're in. So you're going to have to push a little bit to get it down to where the bulb is. You've got the problem, either way you do it, you've got the same problem. What might be easier? Tell you what we're going to do, it's even easier. No, still never figured out a good way of doing this, other than just winging it and hoping and praying that it works. Put that in there first. Still, you'll get there in the end. Eventually you will be able to push it in so it goes all the way, but I don't want to push the LED bulb in. It's a bit of a pain in the bum, I'll be perfectly honest with you. It is a complete pain in the arse. Because you're never quite sure if it's in the hole or not. There. And there literally is no way to do it like they suggest in the magazine. That's in. And that can go down there. Except now it's sticking on the middle bit. Fantastic. And I've got to like manoeuvre my head right in 15 different directions now. One sec, folks. I know you can't see anything. Oh, this is so frustrating. Right at the end. It's giving me jip. Oh, it's sticking there. Oh, maximum frustration. Right, let's try again. You have to kind of wiggle it around so you can get light coming through the barrel, but then when you put this bit on the end, you can't see. Now it goes through like an absolute gimp. Try this again. We'll put that in there. That on there. The problem is, of course, when I store this, I want to store it without this cannon on the end. Because otherwise it's just risking, it's not, my box, the store it isn't big enough and it risks getting snapped off. So we'll put that through there. There we go. Got there in the end. That's on there. That's on there. This bit goes on the end and there's a lock and key to make it line up in place. Which again, on the first one we ever built was wibbly wobbly as hell. On this one, seems to be fairly stable. You can rotate this round to make it straight. That is now done. We will double check we have illuminations. Plugging it in, don't break the plug. That will be bad. Boom. And we have, yes, tiny illuminations. Yeah, so there is a little clear part that goes in the end there, but it doesn't stay in very well. So you could glue it in now if you wanted to, but given that you've just seen the faff I had putting all this together with the fibre optic cable, and you may want to, while you're building this, just because it's going to take you 2 years to build it, store this somewhere else. Don't store it like that. You risk breaking or snapping something. Take this bit off. Keep the fibre optic inside this bit. Yeah, you just have an easier time with it, basically. So that's that done. And keep the plastic, the little clear piece spare until the very end. And that is the end of issue 50, which is the end of the issues I have right now. So there we have it. Let me get that wing back. What have we done? We've built this honking great wing here, which I know you guys can't see. Let me unzoom a little bit. So we have built this honking great wing here. We've put our knife blade away. We built this honking great wing and engine assembly, the underwing. We have built the laser cannon that will fit on the wing we haven't built yet. There is a laser cannon that goes on there, which is disassembled, so I'm not going to get it out. We've got that laser cannon there that sits on the end of that. I shall label this, actually, very quickly. Let me label that 4. Right, tape out. I don't know why I'm labeling them 1, 2, 3, and 4, because it doesn't tell me which wing is which. It just tells me the different wings are different wings. So that needs to be there. That's wing 4. It's just more so that I know which laser goes with which wing, basically. My finger. 4. So I know that, you know, laser cannon number 3 goes with wing number 3, and that's kind of obvious. You don't need me to explain that one. I need my Sharpie, which I don't know where there it is. So this is number 4. Well, again, just to work very well. That's number 4. We haven't built wing number 4 yet, but I know that's laser number 4. Got tape all over my fingers now, and I can't get it off. Oh. What else have we built? We have built the large section of the fuselage, and we built the beginnings of the nose cone with the antenna for the, I assume, the radio control, and the wiring for, I'm going to guess, landing lights or lights of some sort that go in the nose cone. I don't quite know. That will eventually sit on there like that. Start to get a feel big this big thing is going to be. Now you can see, like I say, the colour is completely wrong. We'll be repainting this. Don't you worry yourself about that. I'm just hoping that there's a simple solution for the cockpit. I hope the cockpit can be popped in and out easily. I don't want to have to take apart the whole nose section. If it comes to the crunch, what I'll have to do, because what I'm going to start to do is start to like accrue 2 or 3 months worth of issues together before I do a building session. What may happen is it may well be that I just accrue the next couple of months worth of stuff and I look ahead and see how the cockpit goes together. And if it looks like, is that bent? Bit there, it doesn't look straight. If it looks like once the cockpit's in I can't take it out, what I'll need to do is then start to think about painting the cockpit before we install it, and then I have to hope that we don't get most of the cockpit parts in issue 50 to 60 and then the last few cockpit parts in issue 90 or something, because that'll be like, great, I can't go anywhere with that. So I don't, it's just difficult not knowing. If this was a normal model kit, I could plan ahead, but of course I can't do that. I can't do any planning on that, so a little bit frustrating, but then that's the way that partworks work. So there you go. So we built that. I'm quite pleased with that. That's a good couple of days work. And it's taken us a good, what, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours? That's not bad at all. So you do get your mileage from these partworks. It's quite impressive. So yes, I'm going to accrue some more. I'll see what the next we get 5 every. What we do is we get 5 issues every 5 weeks, every month, I think. So I'll see what the next 5 are. I suspect it's going to be the 4th wing, in which case we'll just do the next 5 issues. Once we get past the wing, though, we'll start looking at the fuselage. I'll start then. I'll either do like I've done now. This is 3 months worth altogether. I might just accrue 3 months worth and then do a big weekend build session like we've had this weekend, which is kind of fun. I kind of enjoyed it. Have a quick last look at the chat. There's a big pile of crap here. You can see I've made it. It's like, where are we? Chat's kind of off by itself at the moment. If only the wires had numbers on them, says Chris. Yes, they do. They do. But this is also just at a quick glance. I know that this is wing number 4. Rather than going, where's that label and where's that label? Because I've got labels on them now. It's easy to say that says 4 and the other wing's got a sticker that says 4 on it. It's just a quicker thing. Like on this one, you see it says 3 and that's got a sticker that says 3. I know this is wing number 3. Quick. Anyway, yes. There we go. Now, don't forget, of course, Chris over at Gross Models, who is in chat. He's a wee little fella. He is also doing this part, but he's doing it issue by issue as he gets them. And it's worth watching both of us. Because it's fun to watch 2 different people do the same thing. Because I'm sure Chris will do things differently. I will confess I don't watch Chris's videos on the X-Wing because I don't want to know what's coming up. It sounds really weird, but I like it to be a surprise. If I watch it, I'd love to watch Chris's episodes, and I wish that I could, but I don't want to know what's coming because I want to be able to be like, ooh, if I know what's coming. And also, if I know what's coming, if Chris does a bit and it's a bit tricky and he solves it, and I watch him solve it, then I know how to do it. You don't get to watch me fumble and swear and fail, so I know you like to watch me swear and fail and fumble. Take off the modelling glasses, on the normal people glasses. My phone has been on for hours and hasn't locked. A bit rubbish. So yeah, so there we go. So you go and watch it on Chris's channel as well, Gross Models. You can watch them. Oh yeah, I watch them after the fact. Once I've done issues, whatever to whatever, I watch of it. I don't watch them in advance, is what I mean, because I know if Chris gets his. You pardon the expression, Chris gets his up before me, because he does them as they come in. So he's already done up to issue 50 now. So I watch them afterwards. Let's have a quick look. I mean, a massive, big, fat wee flood warning for anyone south of Pendle Hill, says Quanoman. I didn't need to read that to know it was from Quanoman. I knew before I finished reading the comments. Well, there's gratitude for you, Gross Models. Always watches your videos, Model Making Guru. No, I do watch them. I just watch them afterwards. I don't watch them until I've done those issues, because then I can watch them for the fun of watching them. But it is interesting to see how Chris does things differently to me, because he does, like, Chris has got the physical skills because he makes and repairs watches and clocks. Of course, he's got the little tiny hand for dexterity to do all the fiddly stuff. I'm like this with a screw trying to get 2 things together. Chris is like, this goes together. Done. This bit. I'm quite jealous because he goes, we need to screw these 2 things together. Plonk, plonk, screw, screw, done. Whereas I'm struggling to get anything to fit because I'm an idiot. Yeah, I do watch them. I bet he skips the adverts. I do have an ad blocker, I'll be honest. So if I say X-Wing parts, what is coming, then does that mean I've done a spoiler? It means you butchered that sentence to the point of absurdity. I'll leave it at that. You know when we shout at people for not using punctuation? Bless. Wouldn't change you if we could, Quanoman. I'm only joking. Right, anyway, yes, that's going to do us. I think we'll leave it there. I'm going to go and order my dinner now. My replacement Chinese for the fail that was last night, because I'm starving and I want those noodles. So that's going to do me. Thank you very much for watching. I will be back tomorrow, of course, with normal Warhammer Sunday. I'll be cracking on with the Primaris floaty tank thing. What's it called? Repulsor. Primaris Repulsor. That I'm not enjoying, although I've had to do some custom plastic card and damage work to it, which came out quite nicely, so I'm quite enthused about it again now. So we're carrying on with the Primaris Repulsor. That'll be 3 PM tomorrow afternoon as normal. Don't forget, of course, to like and subscribe. If you'd like to support this channel, if you've enjoyed this and you want to show your love and help support this channel and make sure that I can keep doing content for you, please, please, please like and subscribe. Make sure as well to potentially, if you want to, become a channel member. Hit the join button at the bottom of any of my videos. You become a YouTube channel member. You'll get access to a lot of video content a week early in advance, advert free. There is the latest episode of Tabletop Trauma Center is currently in early access for members and for patrons, and will be out tomorrow, but keep an eye open for that. But yeah, you get content ad-free a week early. Or if you want to, you can become a patron and support me on patreon.com. The address is there, patreon.com/model making guru. You can support me on there as well. Again, this is what I do for my living, and you help keeping the channel alive and help make it possible for me to keep making content for you and do this for my living. So any support is greatly appreciated. But if not, just make sure to like and subscribe. Shut up, you. Magnets, how do they work? So yes, but that's going to do it. So thank you very much for watching. Not very powerful magnets. Oh, there you go. Magnets. Yes, thank you very much for watching. Take care of yourselves. Go make something awesome. Go be awesome. Stay safe and wash your damn hands, you monsters. Finger of pointing, saying wash your damn hands. Wear a mask. Take care of yourselves. Go make something awesome. Go be awesome. And until next time, folks, I will say